Neminaru pwede orko se wote nego bushabido. Cause you would sabido iri iri sing auro. Very do my nebi. You took out away to see. Yeah, it's a sick of it. Ma potaki bari. Neminaru pwede orko se wote nego bushabido. Cause you would sabido iri sing auro. Ferry do my nebi. You took out away to see. Yeah, it's a sick of it. Ma potaki bari. Ma gagan fidik more. Mudo don't want me so. Tibwe rigin fudum. Very, very down. Miniga saga se. Magagan fidik more. Mudo don't want me so. Tibwe rigin fudum. Very, very down. Miniga saga se. Neminaru pwede orko se wote nego bushabido. Cause you would sabido iri sing auro. Very do my nebi. You took out away to see. Hey, it's a sick of it. Ma potaki bari. Neminaru pwede orko se wote nego bushabido. Cause you would sabido iri sing auro. Very do my nebi. You took out away to see. Hey, it's a sick of it. Ma potaki bari.
KUAMSM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Così uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga razzauzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a no que distância como cupo que palo zaniman malak guafi e con nosso guiairi prebatu la noite na banderata caigui pues atan fanny bandera co esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat para i honra para i gloria abiba is la sin para y honra, para y gloria, aviva y nakita Danggini ni langit na bendisyon Kung siya'y piligo na fansofuham Dus protehis langwahon Kung siya'y piligo na fansofuham Dus protehis langwahon
So when I had you to my
6:07 in the morning on this Tuesday, November 23rd. Good morning, everyone. You're tuned in to The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM. The show being brought to you by Pacific Points, ITNE, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. We, as always, have a show lined up for you today. Coming up in the first hour, we have CNMI Representative Sheila Babalta. And here in studio is the host, Miss Sabrina Salas Matanani. Jason Salas over here. We got Mike Villagomez on the text, and myself, Tyler Matanani, filling in for Chris Malfunction Barnett. Good morning. How are you guys feeling?
Great. How are you feeling?
Oh.
Full of so much energy.
Oh, trust me, it's a mask. It's a mask. I got like maybe 4 hours last night trying to do some schoolwork, and you know how it's been. Semester.
Well, good morning to all of our viewers online. Angel, Pete, Quintanita Castro, writing good morning, Familia, KUAM News, Manana Sizuas. All have a good day and be safe. Half a day, Rosemary Laguatnia. Good morning, team. Bennett Lujan Duenas. Buenas. Angel, Pete, Quintanita Castro again. Half a day, good morning to our KUAM viewers. All have a good morning and stay safe.
Wow, everybody's here.
Yeah, Andrew Terlahi coming from Dededo. Good morning. Debbie Davis. Hi, Debbie. She responds to Rosemary saying, "Good morning, sweet lady. Happy Thanksgiving." Who else do we have?
Is it
here?
cheating if you eat turkey before Thanksgiving?
I got a funny story about that.
Go for it.
2 years ago, me and the singer right now, we were going over to his grandparents' place for lunch, and he goes, "Yeah, my dad cooked turkey, thinking today was Thanksgiving, but he was a week early, and then on top of that, it was a Friday." So it was like completely off. And he's like, "Man, guys," I guess he's like, "Screw that. I'm not making a turkey next week." So we just had turkey.
Yeah,
early.
I mean, your salvation is not in jeopardy. You're not.
It was a great
No
lunch.
one's gonna pull you over. You're not gonna get cited. It's just not done because you eat so much turkey on Thanksgiving.
Are you more of a turkey or ham person?
Oh, I'm team turkey.
Team
I
turkey?
am absolutely team turkey.
I don't know. I'm team turkey if there's like the stuffing, the gravy, the mashed potatoes. It has to have the whole works, like cranberry sauce.
I've been at Sabrina's parties where she's made ham, and you don't like pineapple on ham.
Wait, I've never been at her parties where she had ham, and I'm her daughter.
No, right?
What?
I'm trying to
I've
think
never
what you've
seen her
done
make a
that.
ham.
You don't like pineapple. You don't like pineapple on anything. You don't like pineapple on pizza. You don't like.
Crazy.
Yeah, I don't like pineapple on pizza.
She doesn't like sweet foods.
You guys are missing out on one of the truly great things in life.
I like pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple on pizza is amazing. What about you guys, Link fam? Are you thumbs up? Thumbs up emoji if you love pineapple on pizza. Thumbs down if you just think I'm an idiot.
I'll bring a Hawaiian pizza for the Thanksgiving get
Ew.
together.
There you go. Okay, I have something to share real quick. Have you guys seen that trend that's making its way like across all different social media? People are putting it on TikTok, on Instagram stories, on Facebook, whatever.
You go to urbandictionary.com and you look up the definition of your own name.
I've seen it. I haven't really cared to check it out. Look at mine.
Well, it's a good thing that you didn't look it up because here's the definition: urbandictionary.com for Tyler.
I know yours is going to say something like gangster.
Tylers are hard to put into words. They possess many great characteristics, I would agree. Some of those characteristics including being a very loving person, a great sense of humor, amazing personality, great looks, and talented.
Just fluffing my tail there.
Tyler is the name of someone that has great talent, whether it be in sports, music, or fine arts.
Hey!
You are a musician. Overall, everyone wants a Tyler in their life, or to be a Tyler.
Wow.
Damn, girl!
That's a very humble definition, if you ask me.
Now, I'm going to bring something back, and if we do the rest of the show and I have a black eye, you know why, right? When Tyler was younger, she was a St.
Oh,
Anthony.
good Lord. What are
She
you...
competed
What
in what was it,
story?
Stargazer?
Starlight.
Starlight. She competed in that, and she practiced her
gosh,
behind off for 3 straight weeks doing the Jennifer Hudson song from Dreamgirls.
You're going to love me. Yeah. I was 5th grade.
I didn't know that you actually had that vocal range.
I didn't either. That was the first song I ever got where I was like, what is this?
Bree messaged me, and wait, were we even using WhatsApp at that time, or was it?
No, not even I connect.
Yeah, we're on the push to talk phone, but she's like, dude, all weekend I'm hearing, and you, and you, and you, you're gonna learn. But she nailed it. And I
At the
remember,
same time, I was like, my daughter's in the 5th grade, she's gonna be singing this song? I didn't even see the movie before that. So that was, I guess you could say, the real start to my, not theater journey, because I did theater before that, but that was what really just sparked something. Okay, so what about moms?
okay, so Sabrina, the definition of Sabrina, according to urbandictionary.com. Oh boy.
That's a bad one.
Where do I begin? This is according to urbandictionary.com. Sabrina is funny, artsy, crazy, beautiful, trustworthy, caring, and so much more. Sabrina will
We'll love you to the moon and back and listen to you rant over the phone at 2 a.m. in the morning. Been there, done that. Even when she's going through a rough time, Sabrina manages to keep a smile on her face. And this might sound weird, but she's angelic when she cries. Okay, that I'm going to definitely disagree with. Angelic? Maybe they're... Get away from me. I've seen that. Sabrina will cry with you, laugh with you, and share your happiness. She isn't afraid to hop on your or her emotional roller coaster. Oh, dude.
Ooh.
This is Space Mountain right here. In fact, she'll help you through it. She deserves so much happiness despite what she might think. She
Very
is utterly
true.
stunning and a good dresser. But I'm going to agree with that.
Oh yeah.
I've never met anyone who could make sweatpants look so boss.
Dude, that's for
I'm not
real.
kidding.
No way.
That's for real. Okay, I freak out sometimes because, of course, she's the esteemed Miss Sabrina Sauce Matanani. But if you see her off of the show, coming to the back where the where the reporters are, I see this chick walk in. I didn't know that Crocs made boots until until I came in one
Wait, are you
morning.
wearing those right now? Can you show them?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not wearing them. I'm actually.
Oh, you're
dressed
actually
nice.
dressed
Yeah.
all professional right now.
And by
She'll
the
be
way,
wearing a
they-
tracksuit
These
sometimes.
ladies did not put me up to this. This is a thing happening on the internet right now. Okay,
That's
real
interesting.
quick, because I know we got a show to do.
That's great.
Our guest technical director right now. You want to flip the camera around on yourself, Mike? There he goes. Okay, Mike Villagomez. Here is the definition according to UrbanDictionary.com again for Michael. Michael, oh boy, your wife's not going to like me for this. Michael is the ideal boyfriend. Usually sporty,
There you go.
smart,
There you go.
and somewhat cocky.
Yeah!
Check,
Hitting
check.
the nail on the head right there.
Oh my god, man, your doggone is gonna be so big after this. Extremely good looking and is liked by nearly
Oh my
everyone.
goodness.
He is proud of who he is and what he can do. Tries to help people that he is fond of. Michael has pretty eyes that shine when he's excited. Can be pretty chill. Will do anything for a friend. And is an all-around amazing guy. That's pretty
All
awesome.
of it's
agree with that.
100% true.
Yes. I love his sense of humor, especially when he bags on you, Jace.
Yeah.
Always at your expense. But you know what? It's a give relationship with you guys. I love seeing your interactions. All right, so it's 6:16 here in the morning.
Oh, you have to look up mine. Mine is just, oh gosh.
You have to do it. Hurry.
No,
And,
just,
and turn it up. The people are saying that we need to.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, real quick. Jason is a sarcastic person, but when you get to know him, he will talk and joke around with you. He is a hopeless romantic that dreads being alone. Okay, now it's unbelievably wrong.
Yeah.
I prefer to be alone. He tries to be a good guy to everyone and is always trying to clear his past. Why do I get the drama one? Okay, Urban Dictionary, never mind.
Out of everyone's, I would say
That's
yours
the Urban
was
Dictionary
the
trend, but look up your own name.
yours was
very
the most inaccurate, I'd say.
entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
right.
So what do we have going on right
All right, let's get into the news before Jason starts reading any more names. The Joint Information Center reports another COVID-19 related fatality. The 263rd was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital on November 19th. The patient was a 69-year-old woman. She was unvaccinated. She tested positive on November 19th. The JIC also reporting that 20 people are now hospitalized for COVID. 3 patients are receiving ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. Out of the 20 hospitalizations, 10 are vaccinated, 10 unvaccinated. Public Health reports a total of 23 new cases from tests conducted between the 19th and the 21st. To date, there have been a total of 19,092 officially reported cases. Again, 263 deaths, 1,874 cases are in isolation, and 16,955 people have recovered. The CAR score is now 1.7. As of November 21st, a total of 124,982 of Guam's eligible population, that's residents 5 years and older, are fully vaccinated. As for booster shots, the following has been administered: 15,051 of Pfizer, 8,274 of Moderna, and 209 doses of Johnson & Johnson Jensen. In the CNMI, they're reporting 10 more people tested positive for COVID through surveillance testing that was conducted on November 21st. There are now 96 active cases and 1 active hospitalization. There have been 183 new cases since October 28th. Now, the total case count in the NMI since March of last year is now 474. After the legislature has been clamoring for months for specific details on how she's going to spend American Rescue Plan funds, Governor Lilian Guerrero is finally expected to release the information today. She confirmed this with our Nestor Lecanto at a press conference on Friday. So far, the Budget Bureau has only released a required one-page report that shows that $135 million has been allocated out of the estimated $550 million in total ARP money. But the governor confirmed she will also still be using a recalculated figure of $220 million for the construction of a new hospital. The governor agreed that she's better able to free up more ARP money because of the $345 million from the BBB that is likely to be available for hospital construction. In his news conference Saturday, Congressman Michael San Nicolas urged the governor to spend all of the $300 million she earmarked for the hospital on recovery programs instead. After a short pause, the Department of Administration has resumed accepting applications for the Guam Energy Rental Assistance, or ERA program. The program is for those who experienced income loss or other factors affecting housing stability due to COVID-19. The program provides assistance to pay rent for up to 12 months, as well as utilities, internet service, and moving expenses. To date, over $7 million has been provided to more than 2,200 local households. You can apply online at doa.guam.gov via email or in person at the ERA office on the second floor, Suite 219 in the ITC building. All applicants will be notified of their pre-eligibility status by email or phone. For more information, you can contact the DOA Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 4519. You can also go to their website at doa.guam.gov. And with more news, here is Hannah Devonzo.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa-day, good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devonzo with your headlines here on The Link. The governor's new executive order may have gone into effect over the weekend, but for some, they're still trying to make sense behind the mandates. Daniel Perez with more.
According to Governor Lilian Guerrero, outdoor dining regardless of vaccination status is now permitted. However, to dine in, you must be vaccinated. Moses Joint co-owner Monique Amani.
Now that they can just do outdoor, it kind of messes up us again because we took down all our outdoor seating. I think a lot of restaurants did because they said we couldn't have anybody vaccinated or unvaccinated outside, so it made no sense to keep the outdoor seating. There's a lot of people that are finally going to be able to go out to restaurants, but then now they can only sit outside. And that's another form of segregation to me. I don't agree with it.
Constant changes has affected the restaurant, and according to Mo, they've had to fork out the cash to keep up.
I'm just very frustrated with all the changes and restrictions. It seems like every change they do is not consistent, and we just keep having to spend more and more money trying to adapt to all these adjustments when we could just kind of go in order of the way we got to this position.
Although the rules have changed for restaurants and social gatherings, the vaccination mandate remains in effect for all other covered establishments, like fitness centers. It's a hard blow to MMA fighter Rocky Martinez, who has to continue to find other alternatives to train.
It just throws me off that the one, that a gym that can help people fight COVID is restricted from the unvaccinated. I wish it was allowed for not unvaccinated people to go to the gyms. There'll be more healthy people, and hopefully less severe sicknesses and stuff like that due to COVID.
There is no word yet as to when gyms and fitness centers will open, regardless if you got the shot or not. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
In our new series, 6 Feet Apart, 6 Feet Under, Tomas Mangletnia covers the grief, sadness, and hope amid the pandemic of our lifetime. In his first segment, Tomas visits the Guam Memorial Hospital's morgue.
The numbers keep climbing, but it's hard to become numb to the lives lost to COVID-19.
We were filling up. We requested the morgue last year. This is the second reefer that came for COVID-19.
Over 260 COVID-19 related deaths on Guam and people passing away the same day they find out they're positive. It's a hard but necessary conversation. Where do loved ones lie before burial?
Internally, we have 12, a capacity of 12 for GMH and a capacity of 9 for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The morgue container has 27 capacity.
At the Guam Memorial Hospital, red tape with the words COVID-19 written on it marks the doors where the pandemic's fatalities lie. At the start of the outbreak, public health guidelines suggested cremation for those who've passed related to COVID-19. It's now changed dramatically.
If there's a death, the hospital communicates with the family and makes arrangements with the funeral homes in decompressing the storage.
It is a gentle process which requires more help as the death toll rises.
In conjunction with our one morgue attendant, we also have 2 or 3 employees with the Chief Medical Examiner's office, which is right above us. So they share duties.
Those duties extend beyond the hospital walls now to provide a safe passage to funeral homes.
To be efficient, the morgue, as the bodies are ready to be picked up by the funeral homes, and they've been processed and all the paperwork's complete, the morgue attendant brings them to the reefer, which then the funeral homes come and pick them up.
Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
The CNMI is experiencing its highest rates of COVID-19 transmission yet, but health officials say the front line is holding steady and the recent outbreak is likely caused by the Delta variant right before families gather for the holidays.
We continue to see cases primarily identified through household transmission, and we are seeing larger household sizes within our cases identified.
The CNMI is experiencing its highest rates of COVID-19 transmission yet, but they're mostly identified through contact tracing, and the positivity rate is relatively low, below 1%. The recent cases are likely driven by the Delta variant.
And the majority of our cases continue to be symptomatic, although we have yet to see, again, a severe case of COVID-19 among our cases, which is really a credit to the number of them that are vaccinated, which we'll see a little bit down below, as well as the community vaccination rate.
Recent data from the hospital shows where some of the exposure to another COVID-19 case takes place. 109 are from households, 38 in the workplace, 12 at schools, 11 via travel, and 7 in the community. It comes as families are expected to gather for the holidays and quarantine at the border eases.
I believe this community have enforced restrictions on their own. We have businesses that are mandating masking before entry. Obviously, some people may not agree to it, but that is their prerogative, really. And so they are doing that as well. So, in regards to any restrictions, I believe we have certain restrictions already in place, but freely decided by business establishments.
Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News on Saipan.
A major plan to breathe new life into the staggering tourism industry is expected to be announced this week. During an appearance on the link, GVB President Carl Gutierrez mentioned that they're working on a long-term strategy using ARP funding from Adelude.
The key here is that we're going to roll out next week the real purpose of because we wanted the governor to sort of determine the kind of purpose she would want that $20 million to go to, and I believe she's developed her and Lieutenant Governor Joshua Tenorio have developed a long-range vision for tourism in Guam, and we're working on that vision for her to make a presentation.
The governor was also asked about the tourism plan, but deferred on the specifics until the formal announcement.
Shift tourism attraction to more cultural, as surveys have been made about the behavior of tourists now, Nestor, and they're shifting more to learning more about the culture of the destination that they're at. So I can only say that it is a proposal, I think, that shifts some of the attraction for our tourists.
Both the governor and the GVB President Gutierrez said the details should be released this week. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM's News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Guam Police Department has been awarded an over $770,000 grant from the U.S. Department of Justice's Community-Oriented Policing Services Program. GPD was selected out of more than 100 police departments across the country to receive the grant that will go toward hiring more police officers and updating their outdated systems. Meanwhile, over at the Port Authority, the agency has been awarded a $17 million federal grant to make significant upgrades. Daniel Perez reports.
The U.S. Department of Transportation announced that the port has been approved for the Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Grant. Port General Manager Rory Respicio.
What this grant will do is make sure that the wharves are strong. Because if you think about it, if the wharves collapse, there's going to be no discharging of vessels. There's going to be no port activity, and 90% of the goods coming to the island come through the port. These are basically our cash registers. These are the things that we would want to do first and foremost before we do things like build a new administration building or do patchwork in other facilities of the port. Everything begins and ends here in the yard, and we have to do everything we can to support this activity.
This will ensure the sustainability of Guam's port infrastructure and secure the island's capacity to receive over 90% of all imported goods.
You're going to see also the improvements of the moorings, just everything that we need to do below surface, and we believe it will take $22 million to do it. And remember, this is above and beyond the port modernization program. We still have the other projects that we're doing. This is just a nice piece to ensuring that we're not going to have any issues with the wharves when the vessels come in and are needed to be discharged.
This morning, Respicio signed a notice to proceed for the California Pacific Technical Services to begin work to replace the port's CCTV and access systems, and will be worth over $1 million. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
As prices go up, President Biden's approval ratings are going down. A new poll shows 2/3 of Americans disapprove of how the president is handling inflation. That inflation, which is erasing any wage gains over last year and taking a toll on the president's numbers. Skylar Henry explains.
A new CBS News poll turned up low numbers and bad political news for President Biden. More than 2/3 of Americans, 67%, now disapprove of how the president is handling inflation.
To many Americans, when they rate the economy, it's what's right in front of them, the prices they're paying, in this case, at that gas pump or that cash register.
Jobless claims fell to a pandemic low in the latest report, and retail sales were up last month for the third straight month. But those positive indicators aren't enough to boost the president's numbers. His overall approval rating is just 44%, the lowest in CBS News polling since he took office.
We need to move on this Build Back Better bill right now.
The president's advisors hope his social spending bill will bring political and economic relief, but opponents say it could have the opposite effect.
This idea that we're going to spend $1.75 trillion, but trust us, it's not going to cost you anything. Nobody buys that.
President Biden is looking for stability at the Federal Reserve to continue what he calls remarkable progress emerging from a pandemic recession.
The president announced he would nominate Trump appointee Jerome Powell for a second four-year term as Fed chair and Dr. Lael Brainerd as vice chair, saying, "I have full confidence after their trial by fire over the last 20 months that Chair Powell and Dr. Brainerd will provide the strong leadership our country needs. No easy task with massive supply chain disruptions and the lingering coronavirus pandemic." Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
And we're now heading into our Zoom room and heading over to Saipan. That is where we find our Tomas Manglotnya with Representative Sheila Babalta. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Link family. Thanks for having us. And good morning, Representative Sheila Babalta. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate your time. I know you're just returning to the Commonwealth yourself.
Yes, I am. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
I'm so glad we get to sit down just a little bit longer than the first time because we were talking, you're in your hostel late at night because we actually, Representative, I don't know if you know, but we aired your speech at the United Nations just moments after it happened live here on the show. And so we're so glad to have you on face to face. What's your initial reactions and I guess your reflections as you come back and you're in the seat of mine now?
Oh man, well, first of all, it's so good to be home. The travel was just grueling on the mind and body. That journey over the Pacific Ocean, over the US continent, and across the Atlantic Ocean was just so far away. So it's so nice to be home. And there's so much to absorb from COP26, all the great leaders that I was surrounded by, all the movements, the conversations that were taking place. So quarantine really helped with that debriefing, session that was much, much needed. But at the end of the day, I think it's almost just disappointing after learning the arena at COP26 and what happens and how the negotiators exercise their authority. It was disappointing coming home and learning that, no real commitments were really taking place, that many communities, especially Indigenous communities, were very disappointed with the outcome of the Climate Pact. But I think, some of the upsides were the movements that took place outside of COP, the youth organizing that happened, and all of the activism. So, there's some good takeaways, but there's still just so much work to do. And that's the main takeaway from COP26. There's so much work to do.
Yes, and just to refresh some memories, just in case I realized, Representative, you yourself are an Obama leader for the Asia Pacific region, and you got to introduce former President Barack Obama at the United Nations Climate Conference in Scotland. We did see those headlines in terms of maybe not so many tangible commitments being made as it would like, and also some countries not showing up to the United Nations as well. I wanted to talk to you specifically about some of your advocacy around Micronesia and the Marianas. I know you shared a bit, but you also had probably a meeting that not many people in the world now get, which is a 2-hour meeting with President Barack Obama in close proximity, just 12 of you in a room with him for 2 hours. What was it like? And what are some things you shared from the Pacific that you wanted to let him know?
Well, the room was definitely full of inspiring energy. So we're talking about young leaders from around the world doing amazing work around youth activism, climate change consulting. There were actually negotiators from COP as a part of that group. So it was a great space, great stories being shared. We each got a chance to talk about what's happening in our communities, the kind of work that we're doing, share a little bit of our frustrations, some solutions, and some of our hopes for the future. And when it came to my turn, I really saw it as an opportunity to continue the conversation that I started with President Obama at the convening of our Asia Pacific Leaders program in Malaysia, where I got to ask him a question about the military presence in the Pacific Islands. Because in my opinion, that is one of the major threats that we are facing in the Marianas. And it is one of the biggest contributors to the climate crisis, is the increase in militarization around the world. And that was something I wanted to put on the table. It is a very sensitive topic. It's a very challenging conversation to have, but what other space, right? Like, what other space would this be discussed? And if not now in Scotland, then where? So that was the main thing I wanted to bring to the table. And, after introducing myself and the positions that I hold, key leadership positions in protection of our environment, in nonprofit organizations such as the Friends of the Marianas Trench, the deepest point in our ocean, and being a board member of Our Commonwealth 670, where we aim to educate our community on militarization happening in the Mariana Islands. I went into talking about the increase in militarization and how it impacts us, as well as really highlighting that here in the Marianas, we are born and raised at an intersection of climate colonialism, climate change, and militarization. And that is a unique perspective that each of us can bring to any table that we're part of. Because just being born and raised in that intersection, we have a perspective like no other. Sometimes it's a very emotional perspective to share because of the struggles that we faced. But at the same time, you know, we are surrounded by such beauty. Our natural resources are unique and beautiful, and scientists are still discovering so much of the natural world around us. So at the table, I wanted to bring that to light. I wanted to make an ask. That was a goal of mine. I wanted to have some follow-up questions, as in, you know, where are these conversations around militarization taking place? Because it's not even on the agenda at COP26. And we cannot begin to address climate change if we don't talk about militarization. Because, for example, the US military is the largest consumer of fossil fuels, and they are the largest polluter in the world. And so, you know, small pieces of data were shared throughout COP. For example, an individual can choose to ride a bicycle, right, for the rest of his life, his or her life. But one fighter jet flying in the air for 1 hour is equivalent to a person driving a car for 7 years. So how are we going to address this big elephant in the room? And so I asked about, you know, the militarization and conversations taking place. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Representative, and I think it's interesting too, because you are of course an elected official, and so you were there, and you did mention that you are part of the legislature. So, what are some of the tangibles that you asked for? And maybe now that COP26 is over, what are some of the next steps people can expect to see maybe on the ground here at home?
Yeah, thanks for asking. So my ask was pretty big. At the table, I informed President Obama, you know, I reminded him and, you know, informed the room about our conversation and that question that I asked him in Malaysia. And I said, you know, before you gave me the three great pieces of advice, you first said, since I'm no longer in office, I can't just say, let's go back and talk. And then I said, but now you know someone who's in office. So can you please have President Biden give me a call? And, you know, it was like this lighthearted comment in the room. But I went on to say, because I'd really like to speak to him about militarization that's taking place in the Marianas. And at the end of our conversation, at the end of the roundtable, President Obama did commit to contacting President Joe Biden, to contacting the White House, and just extending our concerns and possibly having someone in the White House just contact me so that we can further conversation around ways to protect our environment. Because it's so important to note that we have millions of dollars funding environmental protection and conservation in the Marianas, and we do not talk about how the military's destructive training and testing is going to overturn all of that, all of our hard work and effort. So in my capacity as a legislator, you can see that translating into, well, first of all, sometime in January, I do plan to call for an interagency meeting, because I have served on panels with EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, for the Climate Justice Division. And, you know, one of my main questions was, do you all talk to each other? Because we can talk about climate justice and we can talk about environmental justice, but at the end of the day, are you aware of what the DoD has planned for the Marianas? And at the end of that panel, it was suggested and really recommended that as chair of the Natural Resources Committee, I call for an interagency meeting to really bring all of these stakeholders to the table, including our nonprofit organizations in the Marianas who really represent the concerned citizens of our community.
And Congresswoman, just for folks who might not know, you're also an active member of the SNILE committee, which also includes the Northern Islands, where some of these proposed activities are taking place. So it is on your legislative agenda, so to speak, right?
Yes, for sure. And as a representative of Precinct 4 is the largest precinct in the CNMI, and it includes the Northern Island. So that is really one of the main reasons why I first attended a community meeting that was hosted by the Navy. And it was because of the proposed plans for areas in my precinct. And that's where I really began this journey into learning so much about militarization. And I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and really disappointed that I wasn't educated about this in school. So, that's another topic for discussion. But coming from COP26, the activism, the youth energy, that was something that I really hope to engage with here at the local level, because our youth here, they have so much concern around the climate crisis. Every time I'm in a classroom, the students bring it up to me, and it really is because of them that I became so passionate about this issue.
And Congresswoman, wanted to shift gears to school, actually. I know yesterday there was an education committee hearing, if I'm not mistaken, and you're the vice chair of that committee. One of the largest things on people's minds right now, especially in the Commonwealth, is amid this spike of COVID-19 and in the holiday season, as we're about to gather on tables with our families. Also just putting this into context, right, we have about an 85% vaccination rate, boosters, kids' vaccines are rolling out, and we have all of the treatment for COVID-19. But what are some of the major concerns and kind of items that you've discussed? Because I know that there's split opinions on mandating vaccines for children. There's also split opinions about whether school should be held in person or not. I know mental health was a huge factor in yesterday's legislative committee hearing. There's a lot to cover there, but as the vice chair, what are some of the priorities moving ahead? Because school's supposed to open in just the next week or two based on the first target, actually the second target date that the education system set for at least the public schools, right?
Right. And so, after yesterday's hearing, well, first of all, we're very grateful that the leadership of PSS showed up in the House chamber to entertain the Education Committee and really answer questions that we had, questions that really are coming from the community, because we hear from our community members a lot. And so there are major concerns about mandating a vaccine, especially for those ages 5 through 11, with the vaccine being very new. It is FDA approved, but these studies are still very, very new, right? And there's still information there that parents would like more clarity on. And as the member of the Health Committee, Representative Tina Sablan is the chair for the Health Committee. Representative Leila Staffler is the chairwoman for our Education Committee. And there is planning going on to host a public hearing around this mandate so that we can hear from our leaders and we can hear from our community members. When it comes to this opening of schools, of course, the parents are reaching out. There's so much concern because we want to contain the spread that's happening in our community right now. But really, how can we do that, right? The PSS leadership, they do so much reassurance, and they reassure that they are doing everything on their end to keep the classrooms sanitized, to enforce the guidelines. But at the end of the day, the students do return home, and that's where the school system really does not have control, right? So
yeah, because I did hear something yesterday which I thought was interesting, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard one of the PSS public school system officials say that they actually would have much rather preferred that all of the students stayed on campus all this time, because contact tracing and might be easier, and also the guidelines I think the exact phrasing was, you can control their behavior when they're at school. So they're concerned that when people come back in a week or two, that we're going to see more cases because everyone's been kind of intermingling outside of school. Is that correct? Is that kind of what was reported to you?
Yeah, that's what I gathered from the committee hearing as well. And I really do just want to commend PSS and the leadership for all the hard work that they're doing to implement the guidelines. But really, at the end of the day, kids go home, right? And that's something that we can't ignore. And so many parents have shared that this loss in instruction time, it really does come down to that, right? And how we can better support our students, how much experience now our students have with hybrid learning. It's a very complex issue because we're talking about education and health and mental health and social development. And I really, as vice chair, the committee under Rep. Staffler's leadership is really doing all we can to support our community and support PSS in this movement.
And I just wanted to ask you on how things are going for your constituents in terms of the general COVID-19 circumstances. We're seeing community spread. Yesterday, we saw the numbers rise. They're expected to rise today as well. We're waiting on that report. So what are you hearing on the ground? I know you just got back.
Yeah, a lot of the conversations that I'm hearing are really around the concern for the spread entering their homes and the accessibility to testing. And so, that's something that I've been talking to some of my colleagues about, because right now there are testing sites open for our community members to go and get some free testing done. However, when I was in Scotland, we did a lot of self-testing, and that was very effective for, that was very effective for the members of COP. And so what we do is we self-test at home, we upload our results, and, we really took the responsibility upon ourselves. So I think conversations around how we can get our community to self-test and how we can have the tests available for them. I mean, with all the COVID funding that's being funneled into the CNMI, I think there are alternatives to ways we can ease the anxiety.
Congresswoman, thanks. I know we're covering a lot of ground. We jumped from Scotland to Saipan, and so I appreciate you coming on and catching up with us. I wanted to just open the floor if you had anything else to share or wanted to get out in terms of any updates in the CNMI.
Well, thank you, Thomas. Thanks for having me on. I think that being back home, it's been such a beautiful experience traveling the world. But there's really no place like home, and it's so beautiful here. I'm so grateful for our beautiful weather right now. And I just want to extend my happy holiday wishes to everyone watching, to everyone in the CNMI and Guam. And I really hope that everyone spends some time outside during the holiday season so that we can continue to grow gratitude and appreciation for our beautiful environment.
And Congresswoman, just one more ask. If Biden does give you a call, can you let us know?
Yes, I'll definitely let you know.
All right. Well, thank you so much again, and appreciate your time, and hope to be in touch as we move forward.
Always. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you so much. There you go. There you have it. Ty, Jason, and Bree. Representative Layla Staffler just returning to the Commonwealth after her trip to Scotland after the United Nations, and getting right to work yesterday. As We heard the education committee with schools about to reopen in the next week or so. Education officials also updating her committee on some of the latest guidelines there.
Thanks a lot, Tomas. Thank you, Representative Sheila Babalta.
Yeah, we're glad you made it back safely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Me too. I appreciate it.
All right. And also from the CNMI, the Office of the Governor, they're signed off on administrative leave on Wednesday at 12 p.m. and Friday, November 26th for all non-critical employees across departments and agencies. Governor Torres says it is in the spirit of giving thanks amid a global pandemic. He added, quote, "We owe great thanks to our frontliners, our doctors, nurses, first responders, the COVID-19 task force, and all our government employees for demonstrating proactive leadership, commitment, self-sacrifice, and service to our people during these times of uncertainty." And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenos Anapades to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Después por mes esta ni siga la legislatura man mamaisan ni específico na inexplica tamano pro magasta sa lapi American Rescue Plan magahaga Luliang Guerrero sa esta pago manananga na pro na huzagan sa informasyon pago na dia. A confirma adjo dan si Nestor Licanto, reporter gin ni KUAM gi press conference gi mapos na business. Adjo ay ma-release ng Budget Bureau sa umplegwa na report na naanong na 75 milyon pesos y 554 milyon pesos ang salapi sa manasangi. Doling ay gobyerno na sempiaw na sabi palo guihi gaya na sangi na salapi no 300 milyon pesos niya planen niya para na sa Nuevo na hospital. Ilang na mas mali como na sabi palo gigi ARP na salapi sa puraji 345 milyon pesos ni paro fato mga giguahan ginaji Build Back Better Act no kulam managwaha para hospital. Gito na news conference gisablo yung delegado Michael San Nicolas sa epoka gobyerno na nasabi to di 300 milyon pesos na salapi para hospital. Programa rin ni Krubri. Mas asunto, maresta si Joshua Dean Sharkalov, 38 anyos na edad. Sa matake na manatakan bus ni yung 12 anyos na padgunlahi, gimapos na sakan. Sigaw ni dokumento ni Cortes, tabay padgun gi bus tab gi ekan, ana si Sharkalov, numan babad bus tagwan, afay si padgun por yung nadzuda man lofan block cemento. Tinatizin ni ipadgun, za adzo na si Sharkalov, at so negwato kontra yung trongkon hadzo, pasadzo na tutuho numan takin bus ni ipadgun, numan lago yung sigidas. Gidya 25 di Oktubre, pagod na sakan, ana ripara ipadgun si Sharkalov, yung tendan ni manadodon si kausang gimen siha, asang ani polisiya si Sharkalov, na tia tungo, lo tia sasangan na tigwiz at sumogi, lo tia haso sa pudi meth. Ma-release si Sharkalov sa manay kondisyon siya para osgi. Ito na preliminary hearing sa dia 10 di Desembre. Yuto mo na asunto para pagod na matis gini KUAM News kifinod sa Moro. Dos na tao sa manmaresta por na sakin binenu. Sigo ni release para media, gidia 19 gin November, detective siya gini Criminal Investigation Section, gi GPD, sa matatiti zi investigasyon giza dededu. Ane maripara dos na kareta gimianan untenda ni haga sa mahut sa mesta. Maliin ni detective siya kulang kontratan din spatsa kontra ang Palawan sa nun lahi. Mali loki un padgun dikikit gyalom uno na kareta. Masorda sa matsuli ni polisiya sa lapi ni timatungo trabiak kwanto po todo balinya dang crystal methamphetamine na bineno. Imaresta po na sa aking bineno sa si Rodrigo Torres Cruz dan si Maria Evelyn Alano Dimla po man sustete ni bineno dan po din nabuson padgun. Mabukid doors da makandalo. Maagang i Child Protective Services para maserbi padgun dikiki. Para Guam News Network, Guau Sikin Concepcion. Yasuto ifinod sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore, only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hatha Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hatha Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
1 in 6 people on Guam are affected by diabetes. The terrible impact of the disease on the island has only been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of those hospitalized and those we've lost had pre-existing underlying conditions like diabetes. As November is Diabetes Awareness Month, KUAM News has partnered with AI Health to raise awareness for this disease that affects so many of us, and to showcase a number of ways to prevent, treat, and care for those with diabetes. Join us for AI Health's A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a multi-platform campaign on KUAM Communications, including a 6-part series on KUAM News Primetime and Weekend Edition, and our digital media platforms kicking off on World Diabetes Day, Sunday, November 14th. Daily interviews with expert panelists on The Link beginning November 15th, and a special interactive town hall meeting on The Link with experts from AI Health, with more information on their diabetes validation study and a new level of precision care that aims to create a healthier Guam. A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam. A look at how diet, exercise, and technological advances in disease monitoring and medical care can have a positive impact on our community.
The Healthier You series on KUAM News is presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
I said I'm looking for love. I said I'm looking for love. I'll mold you bad. Across the seas now. Yeah. Are you looking for love? Are you looking for love? Just walk with me, baby.
That was local music right there from Tim Balahaja, Looking for Love. Where are you looking for love today? Good morning here, 7:04 here on The Link. Let me rephrase that. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM. This is The Link. The show being brought to you by Pacific Points, iTeeny, Calvo's Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Remember, you guys can see what's going on here in studio. Watch it live on the Facebook Live. We have Sabrina Salas Matsinani here in studio, Jason Salas, Mike Villagomez, and myself, Tyler Matsinani, covering for Chris. Joining us now in the Zoom room, we've got Senator Tello Taitagui. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. How's it going, everyone? Jason, Sabrina.
Good morning. Happy holidays to you and your family. Now, Senator, we came in with that song, like Looking for Love. I mean, all of us are looking for love on some dimension and everything like that. I know you guys are possibly looking forward to that ARP spending plan, which you would assumedly love.
We're looking for that report.
Tim Balahaja coming out with another version for that.
Yeah, there's got to be a local song for that one being made by one of our great artists here on Guam. We've got great musicians. They've got to come up with a song.
Oh yes.
How about looking for ARP in all the wrong places? We can make a spin.
Ooh.
Well, it's I'm so anxiously waiting to see this. We all are. I mean, it's something that should have been done a long time ago. We were very forthright when the legislature came back in May and provided that information as far as how to spend the money for the ARP funding, with all in good tensions to collaborate with the administration to work hand in hand, because, we hold the budget and we need to know where to put funding that's needed where she doesn't plan on putting some of this ARP funding. And this is a once in a life opportunity, and to not have this kind of collaboration has just, made a lot of people, distrusting the administration. And even ourselves as a legislature, they distrust us, and we're like, hey, we're doing everything we can to try to collaborate, but I don't know, and then she's playing a shell game. Whatever reports that they did give, the last one, which was only 134 million in allocations, which I finally got a letter from
Lester
BBMR, and it was ironic because his response. This was the second response that I received. The first one said it's coming, a response is coming. But if I can, just real quickly, Lester Carlson responded to my letter with regards to the report or the section in the budget bill that requires for a report on the ARP funding. And he says, Hafaday Senator Taitagui, this is in response to your November 8th, 2021 memorandum related to BBMR's allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 funds reported of November 4th, 2021. Regarding statements in the memorandum, I disagree that the report is incomplete and omits information required in Public Law 35-54, Chapter 13, Part 4, Part 2, Section 27. The public law mandates that I submit a report that contains funds the Governor of Guam authorized and made available for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The report transmitted on November 4th, 2021 for month ending October 31st, 2021 contains such information. The balance of the ARP fund has not yet received approval to be allocated. It should be noted that while $25 million in ARP funds were recently availed to the Guam Economic Development Authority for the Local Employers Assistance Program LEAP, it was not reflected in the aforementioned report because the allocation of those funds were made after the October 31st reporting timeframe. Be assured that we will be reported for the month ending November 30th, 2021. The allocation of ARP funds is fluid and subject to change. With that said, the allocation to departments of programs may change in the future reports. If you should have any questions, please do not hesitate. Well,
he told you, Senator.
Yeah, so I think.
In other words, it's on the way, right? Executive summary. It's not ready yet, but hopefully soon.
I disagree, he says. The report to incomplete or omits information. Come on, you guys both know, especially KUAM, the link, has been following this from day one. I mean, Sabrina, you yourself, even down to numbers on what is being spent for what comment she has made and set aside this money. And none of that was, most of that was not in this report that they provided. But the law is clear. The amendment that I made in the budget law was to provide this information. And I think right now they're just like, oh, we don't have to, give a report every single month. I think they're just tired. So I'm hoping that this is a result. It's working. We just have to be on top of the administration to ensure that they're transparent, accountable, and don't give up. Be that thorn in their side, come on, you've got to give us this information. You have to let us know. You have to be collaborative with the legislature instead of playing the shell game and smoke and mirrors.
Right. And you use that word like at least twice already, Senator, the word collaboration. I find that very, there's a lot of meaning and a lot of value behind that because not only between, the executive and legislative branch, have you and your fellow senators talked about when the plan does come out? And, you've all got the document in hand. Have you guys maybe powwowed about how you plan to dissect and parse and critique, or will you all work independently and then get together and say, okay, well, I've gone through it, here's my thoughts, or will you all kind of like sit as a group and all go through it together?
Well, I think you're right first. I think everyone's going to look at this independently. Some people have kept an eye on this, some have not, and rely on other senators to do the homework for them and present what their findings are. But one of the things I want to make sure is what we do is to ensure that we have funding set aside, that rainy day fund, the one that I fought for in the budget bill, that money is set aside because there's going to come a time where all this ends. I think the Build Back Better, if that bill should pass, we're not going to see anything after that. I mean, that's going to be it. We're already finding that some states, some governors are claiming that, stop the funding because people just don't want to go back to work anymore. They rather sit at home and collect this funding. In fact, some of them make more doing so than going back to work. And so there's two things that we have to be very careful about. One, to have the money set aside for when this money stops. And to the assistant that's still going to be needed, because I don't think that tourism is going to jump back for another year. It's going to take a while. We're being hopeful, but until Japan, Taiwan, even Singapore or the Philippines lift that 14-day quarantine, we're not going to see tourism jump back. And I've made some phone calls to find out what are the dates on quarantine. Philippines right now is down to about 7. It was 14, then 10, and now it's 7. So we might, start seeing some movement there, but our biggest tourism coming from the other areas, as you know. Once they lower those quarantine, I think people will travel. They just don't want to have to go back home and be there for 14 days in their house. It's just too much. Luckily, Guam has opened that way, but I think that's really important that we save funding. The other one is using this funding for regrowth, economic growth, and training of our people. It's so important we start training into a different area other than tourism. We can't be so sustainable on it. We saw what happened. So 2 things, this funding that needs to go to, we got to make sure that happens. Other than that, I think once we see this what plan she has, then we can revisit the budget bill again. I'm just hoping that some of these people, the legislature, some of the senators don't have a spending spree, going on. Let's go shop, let's do that. Let's buy that.
Well, Black Friday is coming up this week, Senator. So, everyone's in that mindset.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
it's a spending spree. I mean, they were, Jason and Sabrina, what was so ironic is that they were spending money they don't even have now. They didn't even have now, and using money that wasn't in a reality. That is so ironic. I mean, nobody does that. It's like having a credit card, spending it, and you don't have a job, but you're spending the money from that credit card. And you just can't do it. It's simple financial responsibility. And this legislature sometimes doesn't seem to have it. But there's a few of us in there that are standing our ground and saying, stop, hold on. Let's look and assess what is really needed. And right now, the ARP funding, I'm wondering why she would take $80 million from the $300,000 for the hospital. $300 million, yeah. $300,000 from the hospital and then take it down to 220.
I don't know. She said she had they recalculated it. But when you have the 135 from that expenditure, that allocation report, you deduct the 25 from the LEAP, that's 160, then you deduct the 20 because GVB was on our show last week confirming that they got it in their bank account. So that takes us to 180 million, and then you subtract the 220. So that leaves 100 million or so, 135, 145 million left.
Well, there was some additional funding I think she was going to put into the, the initial 30 million for.
Yeah, there's several different things. I can't recall all of them off the top of my head, but
the programs,
yeah. So it'll be interesting. You're right, to see what's left and what they're going to do with that money. But I don't know if you saw that press release when the House passed the BBB, and the governor did mention the 220 that she was still going to use from the ARP for the construction of that new hospital. But then in that release, she mentioned so that kind of frees up money for different sorts of recovery programs, and I believe it was like a gas voucher. Did you see that?
I was looking at the BBB and I was trying to even look at the section. Even our Congressman Mike Nicholas was talking about the use of 345 in the infrastructure. I didn't even see that. I kept looking at the BBB with regards to where can we spend this money. A lot of it is social, economic, assistance, housing, Medicaid, things like that. I just didn't see the infrastructure section. I mean, I thought that what this bill was, the infrastructure bill, was to fund, a lot of it is transportation, but I didn't really see how that fits in with the infrastructure of a new hospital.
Maybe new construction.
I'm still reviewing it, but I didn't see that, Sabina. I did not see that.
Well, there's one thing he's kind of maintained is we should use the 300 million, or if it's going to be 220 million, and instead use it for other programs for recovery. How do you feel about that? Do you think we should continue to set aside the ARP money for the new hospital?
For the new hospital? Mm-hmm. Well, first we were told that it's about, and please, it's around about these figures that I'm about to give you. It's off the top of my head, but if I'm not mistaken, we would have to come up with $16 million in payment of any kind of funding for the hospital as a whole. The $35 million that's been set aside from the EITC, to pay for the yearly loan, the debt loan, 35, of course, is obviously not even close to 60 million, right? So it makes you wonder, how are you going to get to that level? We're already capped on our borrowing ability at, I think we only have leftover less than 300 million that we can borrow on. And that's very close. That's already reaching our limit. I think that's why the governor went to the mainland to try and get some, borrowing power and lowering our interest rate. And by the way, the only way to do that, to raise that, the debt ceiling, is to reassess our property, our land property, which is probably, go down, let's go down the road here in the future. It sounds like they might be doing that, reassessing the evaluation of property. And that would increase the debt limit. And so I'm regressing, sorry. But I'm not quite sure, if.
I mean, I think we can all agree, right, that we do need, a new hospital or to fix GMH.
Just trying to figure out how I think they're going to have to only do the hospital. They're going to have to subtract the 200 million, number one, the behavioral wellness as well as the public health, facility, subtract 200 million. 345 million plus 200 million, is that still going to be enough to yield us less or put us at 35 million a year from EITC funding? Yeah. Probably not. So it's just a financial, balancing of the books, how we're going to do this. We did ask how much less it would yield, but they didn't give us sorry, senators, we didn't really do the math on that. It's somewhere around 40 to 50 million if we were to take out the public health and behavior and wellness. But I really just anxious to see this plan so that we can start doing the financial, our work with doing the numbers.
That being said, Senator, do you feel, can I get just an honest answer from you personally, like as a legislator, do you feel as if you have a fairly good idea of what is expected to come out, or are you going into this with basically expect the unexpected?
With the report coming on and how she's going to spend this money?
Yeah. Do you feel you have a good sense of what the numbers will contain, and when the document comes out, it's like all right, now it's codified and everything, and we kind of anticipated this, or are you just saying, okay, well, now it's here and now we got a lot of work to do?
Yeah, I think that's it, Jason, right there.
The latter.
Trying to speculate what she'll do. We don't know. This administration hasn't been very, transparent. We've had that word, it's going to keep resonating. Maybe they're trying to fix that. This is the first start, being transparent with the ARP funding, a long time coming. And maybe they're trying to, get that word from being their title, this administration non-transparent, and move that out of the way. So, yeah, I don't know. It's always a surprise with this administration to see what they're going to do. Yeah. And, nothing stops them from also changing their mind. She has total discretion over the ARP funding. My concern right now is when we're going into session, we have this one bill that's going to give $25 million additional out of the general fund to the business community, especially
LEAP, right?
The LEAP. That is very concerning because where are we going to get this funding from in the general fund? People are going to start having a spending spree, and they're going to say, "Oh, we have surplus of 11 million." But you and I both know, and if you read the CRER reports, 1 month can be very good, but then the next month nothing's coming in, and it's anticipated that we're looking at a really low revenue coming in like February, March, January. Those are the really low months. However, I was really surprised this time around in October, finding out that there was a surplus of about $11 million compared to last year in October of 2020. There was only, I think, $141,000 surplus, $141,000. That's it compared to this year at 11 million. that's a far cry. But everybody needs to calm down, relax. If this money is coming in, we need to make sure it is categorized and put in areas that are really going to need it. And look at the future. It's all about looking at the future. So people tend to spend money as soon as they get it, and it's gone. It's just.
I did want to shift gears a little bit because the oversight hearing last week, it was pretty emotional when you saw all the original landowners for Eagles Field testify about their land and the plans for this new hospital and the lease that's going to be signed between the governor and the military. And I just wanted to get your reaction to what transpired.
Well, first, I attended that meeting. It was like 2.5 hours, I think it was, that lasted on it. And it was very long, but it was definitely needed. I think there again, we got smoke and mirrors, from the director of land management. I had a lunch the next day, by the way, with other people who actually was watching it, some realtors. And these people understand land. Mm-hmm. And they were looking at me and says, is this guy just trying to, throw a cloak over everything? He wasn't answering it, especially when the speaker was asking him a question and he would divert off to some other story, go to La La Land and then come back and not answer the question.
You could see she was getting frustrated.
I think we all were,
yeah.
Everybody. I kind of, it's even the board, the commission, you could see them getting frustrated. And they were even surprised because some of the information that finally was revealed, they had no idea. They weren't given, they're left in the dark just as much as the legislature is. So, and this is the commission, the board. It was very heart-wrenching to listen to these families. This is our property. It was promised that if the military turns over this land, it will go back to the original landowner. I mean, that's the law. And the biggest fear at this point, and the worst thing I think the governor could do, is just to receive that land from the military and just take eminent domain and take this land without compensating these families. And you heard, Sabrina, some of the cost that they received for their property.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable. It was not fair. Land is very, very precious. Mm-hmm. People don't care about the money. They could care less if they're going to get $1 million for this piece of property. It's about their history, their family, their family tree and how they were raised here, their great-grandparents, their, great-great-grandparents. Yeah. That means more than anything. So
I saw
it was pretty powerful. I mean, the one lady who was like, I have all this property, but I'm living on Chamorro Land Trust land.
And we put that story on Instagram, and you saw some of the comments. People were like, "Hey, I haven't followed this story, but this is heartbreaking stuff."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. So that's could happen. The eminent domain could happen. She can actually just take this land and put it, for put the hospital on there and not even consider the original landowners. Now there are options that she can take. One, she can, if she's dead set on using this piece of land, then I hope she does the right thing by exchanging the property, allowing for an exchange for these families for the same land that was taken, maybe even more because they don't want to leave, or pay them the right amount for this for this land. But we know that during the conversation, and I had actually my staff look into it, was the property in Chalampago that was actually supposed to be where the hospital was supposed to go originally. Chamorro Land Trust had set aside land for a hospital there. But as I was doing some research, it was the ravine. It's very difficult to build on that. It would cost more money to try and flatten that or landfill, but it wasn't a good location. Makes me wonder why in the first place would they give Chamorro Land Trust, give that piece of property way back if it was unbuildable or very difficult to build upon. So that didn't make any difference. But the biggest question comes here, and if you ask all those landowners where they would want the hospital to go, they would want it to go into Mooning, where it was supposed to go. That property given to government of Guam by the Paris family for healthcare. And this property has the infrastructure, already set, the power, the water. It has some areas for parking already up there. So it's not going to cost as much to build the hospital there. It would be nice to have it in central location because we can cover both the south, and be in the middle. But at this point, it's now we have another pebble in the shoe with regards to these issues with landowners. And I think that they should be just decide themselves what they want to do with their land. So I think that's important. There's going to be more conversations on this for sure. Have you had any of them on air, by the way? Have you had any of the landowners come on?
We just played their testimony on our show the day after the oversight hearing.
Yeah.
But we haven't spoken to them other than the one that Chris interviewed a couple of weeks before.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, we played those their testimony, and you're right. It was just heart wrenching. Yeah.
And it was running the gamut of emotions too, because some people actually, they sat there and they were very, methodical, and they cited public policy and saying, Governor, there's certain things that we're entitled to, or something. Others just poured out their emotions, and they were in tears, and others were very, very loud, and they were demanding, do not do this.
Yeah.
But none of them was not emotional.
But the other side of this is there's other property that are, I think, transfer in progress. There were other documents, and there were other land that was being discussed, like the USO, I think. There's some property in Marble Cave. There's the Camp Covington land.
USO?
Yeah.
The US-
Yeah. So this is definitely something that we're going to continue to monitor and follow with what the legislature and, of course, what the governor plans to do.
Yeah, this is the same list I've been looking at since 2000. I think 2015. It's the same list. And in 2017, when I was at GITA working on the land transfer back regarding the net negative, and trying to figure out how much property that the federal government will give back, and how much property that the federal government has versus how much property government in Guam. And believe it or not, working with BSP and GITA, we found that the federal government says they have X amount of acreage in their bank, but government Guam has a different number that the federal government has. So we were trying to work together on do a one map approach. One Guam map approach was what we were working on, and to try and agree with the military that this is the border for your property. This is on the government of Guam side, and there are a lot of issues with that, and still has not been resolved. In fact, I brought that up when I first got into the legislature, and BSP was coming. I think Tyrone Taitano was being confirmed. And I asked him that this needs to be put together, a one Guam map approach where both the federal government and government of Guam looks at the same map and sees the same borders to really determine the net negative that was agreed upon in the military, to really determine that, how much we're getting back. And we've got session coming up. I know I've got to get going. We're going at the end of the hour, and Doc's coming on.
Yeah.
So session is coming up. We start on Friday, and I'm asking the people to continue to watch these sessions. Watch what's going on, who's making these decisions, because it's like one bad apple is spoiling the whole bunch of us, So, please, not everyone is bad in the legislature. There's some good ones who are really fighting for the best interests of the people of Guam, and being financially responsible is most important. This 25 million going to, the LEAP program, where's this money going to come from? It's going to be taken from somewhere else. They do need help, and hopefully this 100 million that's left over, you were talking about, Sabrina, and doing the math. Why can't the governor use that money? It's meant to help the people, recover from their business loss from this pandemic. So why not use that money that was meant to be, instead of going into the general fund, or revenue that generates the general fund that is needed for other areas that are not covered under the BBB and not covered under the infrastructure bill that's coming in. So we've got to be very financially frugal at this point, even though feels like there's money raining everywhere.
Well, work remains. And an interesting side note, as the senator just kind of like alluded to, Friday also, Black Friday is not a GovGuam holiday. The governor was asked that at her press conference last week, and she said, no, not this year.
You're going to see a lot of people taking leave.
There you go. But you guys are going to be working, obviously.
We'll be working. I can't deal with the crowd. Maybe in my younger years, I would stand and camp out, back in the day. But now, there's got to be a bathroom nearby at all times.
Well, have fun wrapping your gifts, Senator, and we'll talk to you soon.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to everybody there at KUAM. Thank you so much. And I'm grateful to have you guys do the work that you do. I was covering somebody's show on radio, and I have such a total respect now, just knowing what I had to, my set list I put together and calling on people. You guys have a tough job, because like senators, we have to try and, know about every subject matter there is. And you guys have to do the same thing. I mean, even at a broader, perspective too.
Well, it helps when we have really awesome guests too, like yourself.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I try to do my best, but I wish everybody, all your listeners, you have some great people there too that sends us comments at the legislature, and they always come back with, I heard this on the link, and da 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 da. It always starts off that way. I heard this on the link. So thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you and Dad.
Create a great holiday.
Hey, there you go.
Okay, bye-bye, everyone.
Take care.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Senator.
And we're going to continue on in the Zoom room, where we have got Dr. Ho Win. Of course, as you all know, he's the former head of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group.
On the road again,
There
kind
you
of seems
go.
like. Hey, Doc.
Hey, Jason. Good. Hi.
In the car, but not driving at the moment.
No, I'm not driving. No, I'm gonna. It's too dangerous, Sabrina.
That's good. So, thanks for coming on the show. First, I wanted to go through the new executive order, the new guidance that's out from public health, and your thoughts on it.
I'm glad that the restrictions have been lifted for some, but I still really wish that they dropped the mandate on the unvax versus vax on attending restaurant and gathering, all that kind of stuff. It's really, sometimes it doesn't make sense, right? You cannot, the unvax still cannot eat indoor in the restaurant. That's to me doesn't make sense, but you still have indoor gathering, social gathering that max of 25, but vaccination status doesn't count. So to me, in social gathering, there's no mask or no social distance. At least in a restaurant, you have social distance, and you required to wear your mask if you walk around the restaurant, unless you sit down and eat. So things like that, it really, to me, doesn't make sense still. But again, we are 90% plus fully vaccinated. I think those mandate, those requirements should go away, because we should all need to somehow adjust to the new norm. So and also people need to stay healthy and be able to go to the gym to work out. That's how we keep our comorbidity down and help our immune system in fighting the virus. So those things need to be changed. I'm not quite sure where we're going to draw a limit on when this thing going to end. But we cannot go on this forever. You know, is that going to be next month, next year, or 2 years from now? But those restrictions should have a goal and a time. Right now, I don't think we have a set goal when we're going to remove those restrictions from the vax and the unvax. So I think that it's about time that we set the goal out there for the public to know what to do, when to expect those restrictions to be removed.
You know, you've been part of the Physicians Advisory Group. You've made recommendations in the past to the governor. And when they hold these press conferences and they make these announcements and these restrictions, they always say that, you know, it's based on science. It's based on data. And so I'm kind of wondering, when you were on the board, where do you get the science and where do you get the data, especially to make decisions like the ones we saw? Because, yeah, there's a lot of people who are kind of wondering, wait a minute, so I can have a social gathering at my house with 25 people and they could be vaxxed and unvaxxed, but when I go to the restaurant, you have to be outdoors if you're unvaxxed, but you could eat inside if you're vaxxed. So
yeah. Early on the pandemic, you know, when we make decision on the PAC, you know, we do a lot of reading to compare the studies elsewhere and what we do, and we're based on the study to make this decision of how to do the restriction. But again, at this point, as we know so much about this virus and all the study coming out, that's why I say we have to have a limit, because right now, and then the goal for people to set, right? We set goal there, people reach it, but at this point, I think the decision at this point is not really based on data. I hate to say that, but again, if you're based on data, those restrictions should go away already. You know, so I think that I hope that as the governor say that they will wean off this restriction every week, every 2 weeks, as the numbers show. But I think that the number already there, so we shouldn't be waiting for this thing for so long. Again, I think that limits and goals should be set very clearly ahead of time, so people and business can make decision, right? That's how you, if you have a business, a private business like restaurant and gym and everything else, we have to have a goal, and we have to know when we're going to start changing our practice in order to survive in the business. But right now, there's no goals set out there and no limits to put out there. So people kind of guess every day of what to do. Just like the restaurant right now, the outdoor, they put everything away. Now they have to spend a lot of money to put it back out again. It's very confusing and very costly for the business to operate and try to survive in this pandemic.
And we had a story last night about that very topic, and some businesses were saying, you know, like, I'm not completely on board with the way this goes, because we're back to like square one of I'm having to like re-scramble and re-strategize how I'm supposed to operationally run day to day with these new rules.
Right, and there was also one other item in the guidance regarding vaccinations of 12-year-olds, right? 12-year-old and up, in order to
12-year-olds in 1 month
to participate in sports, whether it's contact or no contact. It's everything and anything, whether you play sports for your school or if you play sports in an outside league. and some people were actually very surprised, like they didn't know, because previously it was 16-year-old, right? Because I guess that's the age of eligibility to get the vaccination, and it went down to 12. But it kind of goes back to what you're saying, like, set some timelines, let us know. But it was like, boom, surprise.
Yeah, sport one is very tough. We don't have much data on infection, on participating in sport. To me, anything that outdoor, like soccer, volleyball, anything like that, it can be outdoors, not a close contact sport like wrestling. Then really, you should encourage the young one to go out and participate. Really, despite any type of requirement. It's really hard to show any data to do that. I think, to me, those decisions should be removed and let the young one to play sport. At one point, we have restriction on participating in sport only in the school setting. Is different than outside. It's really, you can't segregate those two. They should be the same. So at this point, like I said, you cannot mandate again. The vaccination on children, and again, you should never mandate that on the children. And let that be the responsibility of the parents. So children should be allowed to play sports, to participate in a lot of stuff there, because it helped them stay out of trouble. And it also helped them being healthy. So we shouldn't put any restriction on the children on doing that kind of stuff. So, the pack have to really come together and really make the right decision, because again, we are 90% fully vaccinated. I know we're not fully protected, but again, our vaccination, fully vaccinated, is pretty high, one of the highest in the world. So we should be much more relaxed than where we are right now.
Doc, speaking of children, do you support the opening of all schools at this point?
Sabrina, the school need to be open face to face. Our children have been restricted their learning now for over a year, and they lost a lot. And I think that they should be able to go face to face in the school. The school are very good now and do the isolation, the contact tracing, and they learn a whole lot. So I think risk and benefit, to me, the benefit outweigh the risk at this point, and our children need to be face to face and go back to their learning. Because again, we lost a whole year of school ready for the children, and learning online is not the same.
Okay, so because right now some of them are on cohorts, at least with GDOE, you're saying bring them all back.
I would say that I fully support bringing our children back to face to face.
Okay. What about the new quarantine protocols? You have any thoughts on that?
You mean the travel and quarantine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the travel and quarantine. Okay, so there's so much confusion, and let me get it straight for people, okay? There's a difference between U.S. citizen and foreigner, okay? For foreigner, in order for them to come to United States and the U.S. territory, they had to be fully vaccinated, okay, with the FDA approved or WHO approved vaccine. Okay, there's very, very few exceptions, but the majority will be required to be fully vaccinated, and they have to have a test 3 days prior to coming to U.S. or the territory. That's for the foreigner. There's no exception in that one. For U.S. citizen travel, you transit through Narita or you transit Honolulu to come to Guam, you do not have to have a test if you're fully vaccinated. If you're not fully vaccinated, then you need to have a test coming in to make sure that you don't have the virus. Now, if you live or you stay overnight at any foreign country, including Japan, when you come back into Guam, if you're fully vaccinated, you have to have a PCR antigen test 72 hours prior to arrival to Guam. Okay, if you are not vaccinated, okay, you can come into Guam, but you have to have a test 24 hours before you travel. That's the difference, is the time between 1 day and 3 days of the test, if you're fully vaccinated and you're unvaccinated. So that's the requirement this time. But if you go to Japan for a vacation or meeting and you're fully vaccinated, you have to have a test before you come back to Guam. It's not an or, you have to. Okay, so you have to be fully vaccinated and you have to have a test 72 hours before you come back. If you are unvaccinated, then you have to have a test 24 hours before you come. So that's pretty simple, but I think the EO kind of little confusion on that, and I have so many people on call and ask so I think I asked them to see if they can kind of clarify that a little bit. I know the public health guidance is a little bit more clear, but they still have a little bit of mistake on the public health guidance on the word and or.
Okay, so let me just go back through that. If you are a foreign national and you're coming to the U.S., coming to Guam, for example, you must be fully vaccinated.
Yes.
Right. If you
and a test.
And a test, a negative test. If you are traveling to or from Japan and you have a layover there for 24 hours and you're fully vaccinated, you have to have a negative PCR test at least 72 hours before arrival to Guam.
Yes, or antigen test.
Or antigen test. If you're not vaccinated and you travel through Japan and you're there for a day or so, or you're going on vacation or whatever it is, you have to have a negative test 24 hours?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. Thanks.
We got it straight.
I did want to also ask, because we haven't heard a lot about it or discussions about it, and I don't think I've really seen it with the ARP, or it's been a while since we talked about CARES Act, right? But when the state of public health emergency was first declared and everything started to ramp up in response to COVID, there were these tier 2 and tier 1 clinics and so forth. I don't want to leave you guys out, but did you guys ever get paid?
That's a very sore thing. What we learned about this pandemic is that there's two entities, right? There's the government entity and there's a private entity. And I tell you, as much as we come into Guam, the government side fully subsidized with a lot of hazardous pay, 25, 15, 10% hazardous pay, or whatever they call it, for all the Gulf Guam employee that is frontline. But I tell you, from the private side, no, there's nothing coming out of it. And that's a shame, just because I tell you, this pandemic is not going to be the last one. The private partner, like the tier 2 and tier 1 and tier 3, play a big part on this pandemic, on the fighting of this virus and helping people in Guam. And I tell you, they are not compensated. No, they are placed on the pandemic emergency that require them to service everyone without the ability to pay or not pay. And all the tier 2, including GRMC as a hospital, put a lot of work and a lot of expense to try to comply with the executive order. But no, we didn't get compensated. We have a one-time federal grant of $250,000 since March of last year. And none of the tier 2 have been compensated for their work at all. So they require to see everyone at no charge. As you can see, some of you guys come to the clinic, and we don't collect zero, and all that stuff have not been reimbursed by at all with ARP. We will continue to do that because that's our commitment to people of Guam, and we're not going to turn one away, especially AMC, SDA, and FHP. But no, we have not been compensated as required by the emergency order at all. So to me, I think that to go forward, some of this federal money should go to all the private clinic, okay, not even tier 2, to kind of help them put together a plan of action and kind of refit the clinic somewhat in order for them to accommodate and see the sick patient, right? AMC, SCA, and FHP have is a much larger practice, and I know I'm not speaking about AMC, but SDA and FHP, they spend a lot of money on their own to try to protect the patient and protect their employee on this pandemic. That means that they had to build an isolation unit. They have to build structure outside in order to accommodate to see the patient required by the governor to be seen in the clinic. But those are promised to be reimbursed, but so far there's no money go to those clinics at all. And to me, we spend a lot of money on room that sit empty in 2 months, millions, but we don't put anything on our healthcare system to improve in order for us to fight the next coming surge, so we kind of forget about private partner. We just take care of the government's side. The difference is that if GMH needs money, we just pump more money in there, but we forget about the private partner. And to me, they should go back and look at that. I don't think that we should be compensated to make any financial gain out of pandemic. All we need to do is make sure that we're able to provide a raise for our employee, okay, because they all are frontliner. I tell you, all my staff, I can speak for my staff that they are really work very hard, put their life at stake there to take care of the sick patient. And so far, it's very hard to kind of compensate them appropriately, just because as a private, just like any business in Guam, we are on the negative side in this pandemic, but then we don't have this subsidized from the government on trying to abide by this order that the governor put out. So now we didn't get anything except the $250,000 at first. That's all. Wow. Even all the testing that the clinic does, we provide manpower, we provide the testing, the power, but there's no reimbursement anywhere to come in about the last 18 months. So,
wow.
I think that just like everyone else, the frontliner and the private side have been left out and without any compensation or any type of reimbursement from the government at all.
I'm shocked, actually. I would have. I mean, you saw the BBMR report. GRMC, they got money, and they're a private hospital, and kind of. It takes me back to right before things ramped up, right before the governor declared that first state of emergency. There was a meeting with the Guam Medical Association, and the governor, I want to say that she said, like, when this public health emergency is declared,
I have the right to take over the
case.
I was there. I was covering that. Yeah.
And so I'm.
Yeah. I think that I'm not a lawyer, but she has the right to take over the clinic. But at the same time, you have to compensate the clinic for their manpower. That's for us, even in our practice, we have to modify a whole lot. The 4 room that we use now for isolation, we have to leave it empty throughout the day, because once we put a sick patient in there, we cannot put a healthy patient in those rooms. So those rooms sit empty. Like I say, you have to modify your clinic, cut down the number of patients you can see just to save those rooms for the sick visit. That's something that we cannot change because it protect our patient that is healthy and protect our staff from getting sick. Those are stuff that we are, the tier 2, still are under the pandemic emergency order, so we cannot refuse to be seen anyone. I know the only time that we turn people away because we reach our capacity already. We cannot go over that. When you go over your capacity, you create a lot of change for error and create infection on your staff. So the only way that we can turn people away when we reach capacity. But again, the pandemic, we go through this. We cannot go through this without the private partner. I tell you, the private section play a big role, and on this pandemic, and so I don't know. Maybe one day that we will receive the compensation or the reimbursement, but so far, we don't receive anything. But again, for people, we're still going to continue to do what we do in order to help our people through this pandemic.
All right, Doc. Thank you so much. We're up against the top of the hour. I wanted to thank you for coming on and sharing all your information with us.
Sabrina, can I say one thing?
Yes.
We really need to push the booster for people. Remember, you can be fully vaccinated, but we're not fully protected. And I know that UOG might shut down December 15 because the order have been expired. But the booster will be very limited to the northern and southern public health only. So we're going to the holiday. Please go out there. If you are vaccinated in April and earlier or May earlier, please come in and get the booster because you really need that to go to the holiday. We need to be fully safe, fully protected, to make sure that we keep our positive rate down. So people go in there and get your booster. It's not going to be a mandate to get the booster, fully vaccinated with 2 shots, so don't worry. But you need to do that, protect yourself, your family,
Thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving, Doc.
Happy Thanksgiving, Doc.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
The best gift you can give this holiday season is to keep everyone around you safe. So please get the booster, like Doc said, everybody.
I agree, Jason. Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Happy holidays, Doc.
Happy holidays. Okay, we're going to take a break and switch on over to KUAM TV.
Hey, Jack. Is it true Jack in the Box has breakfast all day? That's why we call it.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hafa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hafa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi, That's What I Like.
1 in 6 people on Guam are affected by diabetes. The terrible impact of the disease on the island has only been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of those hospitalized and those we've lost had pre-existing underlying conditions like diabetes. As November is Diabetes Awareness Month, KUAM News has partnered with AI Health to raise awareness for this disease that affects so many of us, and to showcase a number of ways to prevent, treat, and care for those with diabetes. Join us for AI Health's A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a multi-platform campaign on KUAM Communications, including a 6-part series on KUAM News Primetime and Weekend Edition, and our digital media platforms kicking off on World Diabetes Day, Sunday, November 14th. Daily interviews with expert panelists on The Link beginning November 15th, and a special interactive town hall meeting on The Link with experts from AI Health, with more information on their diabetes validation study and a new level of precision care that aims to create a healthier Guam. A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a look at how diet, exercise, and technological advances in disease monitoring and medical care can have a positive impact on our community.
The Healthier You series on KUAM News is presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Get ready to run or ride to 22 with the Miles Challenge. Join the challenge from now till January 31st to rack up those miles on foot or by cycling. Runners can choose from 100, 200, and 300 miles. Cyclists 300, 600, and 900 miles. Go to mileschallenge.com to select your challenge and register today. The Run and Ride to 22 Challenge is brought to you by Uproar, Trench Challenge, Kill Cliff, and KUAM Communications. Donation proceeds to benefit the EMC Cancer Foundation. Guam is good.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Covering for Chris Barnett. And with the news right now, we've got Jason Salas.
Thanks, Ty, and Hafide. Good morning, Guam. The Joint Information Center reported last night another COVID-19 related fatality for our island community. It is the 263rd person that has lost their life due to coronavirus, and this person was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital on the 19th. It was a 69-year-old unvaccinated female who tested positive on the same day. 20 people are hospitalized, with 3 patients in the ICU and 1 on a ventilator. Of the 20 hospitalizations, half are vaccinated and half have not received the vaccine. Public Health does report 23 new cases from tests conducted over the weekend. To date, there have been over 19,000 officially reported cases with, as I said, 263 deaths, more than 1,800 cases in isolation, and almost 17,000 people that have recovered. The island's CAR score subsequently now 1.7. As you heard from Dr. Ho Wen earlier, about 90% of the island has been vaccinated. The CNMI is reporting 10 more people tested positive for COVID-19 on November 21st by way of surveillance testing. There are now 96 active cases and 1 active hospitalization in the Commonwealth. There have been 183 new cases since October 28th. The total case count since last March is 474. After the legislature is clamoring for months on specific details on how the governor plans to spend the American Rescue Plan funding, the governor is expected to release the information today. So far, the Budget Bureau has released only a required one-page report showing $135 million has been allocated of $554 million in total ARP money, but Governor Lulian Guerrero confirms she'll also still be using a recalculated figure of $220 million for the construction of a new hospital. She said she's better able to free up more ARP money because $345 million from the Build Back Better Act is likely to be available for hospital construction. After a short pause, the Department of Administration has resumed accepting applications for the Energy Rental Assistance Program. It's for those experiencing income loss or other factors affecting housing stability due to COVID-19. The assistance lets eligible qualified people pay rent for up to 12 months, as well as utilities, internet, and moving expenses. Over $7 million has to date been provided to more than 2,200 local households. Apply online at doa.guam.gov. And now, with your news, here is Hannah Devanzo from the newsroom.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devanzo with your headlines here on the link. The governor's new executive order may have gone into effect over the weekend, but for some, they're still trying to make sense behind the mandates. Daniel Perez with more.
According to Governor Lulian Guerrero, outdoor dining, regardless of vaccination status, is now permitted. However, to dine in, you must be vaccinated. Moses Joint co-owner Monique Amani.
Now that they can just do outdoor, it kind of messes up us again because we took down all our outdoor seating. I think a lot of restaurants did because they said we couldn't have anybody vaccinated or unvaccinated outside, so it made no sense to keep the outdoor seating. There's a lot of people that are finally going to be able to go out to restaurants, but then now they can only sit outside. And that's another form of segregation to me. I don't agree with it.
Constant changes has affected the restaurant, and according to Mo, they've had to fork out the cash to keep up.
I'm just very frustrated with all the changes and restrictions. It seems like every change they do is not consistent, and we just keep having to spend more and more money trying to adapt to all these adjustments when we could just kind of go in order of the way we got to this position.
Although the rules have changed for restaurants and social gatherings, the vaccination mandate remains in effect for all other covered establishments, like fitness centers. It's a hard blow to MMA fighter Rocky Martinez, who has to continue to find other alternatives to train.
It just throws me off that the one, that a gym that can help people fight COVID is restricted from the unvaccinated. I wish it was allowed for not unvaccinated people to go to the gyms. There would be more healthy people, and hopefully less severe sicknesses and stuff like that due to COVID.
There is no word yet as to when gyms and fitness centers will open, regardless if you got the shot or not. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
In our new series, 6 Feet Apart, 6 Feet Under, Tomas Manglutnia covers the grief, sadness, and hope amid the pandemic of our lifetime. In his first segment, Tomas visits the Guam Memorial Hospital's morgue.
The numbers keep climbing, but it's hard to become numb to the lives lost to COVID-19.
We were filling up. We requested the morgue last year. This is the second reefer that came for COVID-19.
Over 260 COVID-19 related deaths on Guam, and people passing away the same day they find out they're positive. It's a hard but necessary conversation. Where do loved ones lie before burial?
Internally, we have a capacity of 12 for GMH and a capacity of 9 for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The morgue container has 27 capacity.
At the Guam Memorial Hospital, red tape with the words COVID-19 written on it marks the doors where the pandemic's fatalities lie. At the start of the outbreak, public health guidelines suggested cremation for those who've passed related to COVID-19. It's now changed dramatically.
If there's a death, the hospital communicates with the family and makes arrangements with the funeral homes in decompressing the storage.
It is a gentle process which requires more help as the death toll rises.
In conjunction with our one morgue attendant, we also have 2 or 3 employees with the Chief Medical Examiner's office, which is right above us. So they share duties.
Those duties extend beyond the hospital walls now to provide a safe passage to funeral homes.
To be efficient, the morgue, as the bodies are ready to be picked up by the funeral homes, and they've been processed and all the paperwork's complete, the morgue attendant brings them to the reefer, which then the funeral homes come and pick them up.
Tomas Manglutnia for KUAM News.
The CNMI is experiencing its highest rates of COVID-19 transmission yet, but health officials say the front line is holding steady and the recent outbreak is likely caused by the Delta variant right before families gather for the holidays.
We continue to see cases primarily identified through household transmission, and we are seeing larger household sizes within our cases identified.
The CNMI is experiencing its highest rates of COVID-19 transmission yet, but they're mostly identified through contact tracing, and the positivity rate is relatively low, below 1%. The recent cases are likely driven by the Delta variant.
And a majority of our cases continue to be symptomatic, although we have yet to see, again, a severe case of COVID-19 among our cases, which is really a credit to the number of them that are vaccinated, which we'll see a little bit down below, as well as the community vaccination rate.
Recent data from the hospital shows where some of the exposure to another COVID-19 case takes place. 109 are from households, 38 in the workplace, 12 at schools, 11 via travel, and 7 in the community. It comes as families are expected to gather for the holidays and quarantine at the border eases.
I believe this community have enforced restrictions on their own. We have businesses that are mandating masking before entry. Obviously, some people may not agree to it, but that is their prerogative, really. And so they are doing that as well. So, in regards to any restrictions, I believe we have certain restrictions already in place, but freely decided by business establishments.
Tomas Manglotnia for KUAM News on Saipan.
A major plan to breathe new life into the staggering tourism industry is expected to be announced this week. During an appearance on the link, GVB President Carl Gutierrez mentioned they're working on a long-term strategy using ARP funding from Adelude.
The key here is that we're going to roll out next week the real purpose of because we wanted the governor to sort of determine the kind of purpose she would want that $20 million to go to, and I believe she's developed her and Lieutenant Governor Joshua Tenorio have developed a long-range vision for tourism in Guam, and we're working on that vision for her to make a presentation.
The governor was also asked about the tourism plan, but deferred on the specifics until the formal announcement.
Shift tourism attraction to more cultural, as surveys have been made about the behavior of tourists now, Nestor, and they're shifting more to learning more about the culture of the destination that they're at. So I can only say that it is a proposal, I think, that shifts some of the attraction for our tourists.
Both the governor and the GVB President Gutierrez said the details should be released this week. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM's News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Our next story takes you down to the beautiful village of Asin is over at the Port Authority. That agency has been awarded a $17 million federal grant with which to make significant upgrades. Daniel Perez has our next story.
The U.S. Department of Transportation announced that the port has been approved for the Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Grant. Port General Manager Rory Respicio.
What this grant will do is make sure that the wharves are strong. Because if you think about it, if the wharves collapse, there's going to be no discharging of vessels. There's going to be no port activity, and 90% of the goods coming to the island come through the port. These are basically our cash registers. These are the things that we would want to do first and foremost before we do things like build a new administration building or do patchwork in other facilities of the port. Everything begins and ends here in the yard, and we have to do everything we can to support this activity.
This will ensure the sustainability of Guam's port infrastructure and secure the island's capacity to receive over 90% of all imported goods.
You're going to see also the improvements of the moorings, just everything that we need to do below surface, and we believe it will take $22 million to do it. And remember, this is above and beyond the port modernization program. We still have the other projects that we're doing. This is just a nice piece to ensuring that that we're not going to have any issues with the wharves when the vessels come in and are needed to be discharged.
This morning, Respicio signed a notice to proceed for the California Pacific Technical Services to begin work to replace the port's CCTV and access systems, and will be worth over $1 million. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
National headlines now as a new poll shows 2/3 of Americans disapprove of how the president is handling inflation. Skylar Henry has more.
A new CBS News poll turned up low numbers and bad political news for President Biden. More than 2/3 of Americans, 67%, now disapprove of how the president is handling inflation.
To many Americans, when they rate the economy, it's what's right in front of them, the prices they're paying, in this case, at that gas pump or that cash register.
Jobless claims fell to a pandemic low in the latest report. and retail sales were up last month for the third straight month. But those positive indicators aren't enough to boost the president's numbers. His overall approval rating is just 44%, the lowest in CBS News polling since he took office.
We need to move on this Build Back Better bill right now.
The president's advisors hope his social spending bill will bring political and economic relief, but opponents say it could have the opposite effect.
This idea that we're going to spend $1.75 trillion, but trust us, it's not going to cost you anything, nobody buys that.
President Biden is looking for stability at the Federal Reserve to continue what he calls remarkable progress emerging from a pandemic recession. The president announced he would nominate Trump appointee Jerome Powell for a second four-year term as Fed chair and Dr. Lael Brainerd as vice chair, saying, "I have full confidence after their trial by fire over the last 20 months that Chair Powell and Dr. Brainerd will provide the strong leadership our country needs." No easy task with massive supply chain disruptions and the lingering coronavirus pandemic. Skyler Henry, CBS News, the White House.
News in Chamorro, here's Uncle King Conception.
Buenos days to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Después por mes esta ni sigue la legislatura man mamaisan específico na inexplica tamano pro magasta sa lapi American Rescue Plan magahaga Luliang Guerrero sa esta pago manananga na pro na huzugan sa informasyon pago na dia. A confirma adjo dan si Nestor Licanto, reporter gin ni KUAM gi press conference gi mapos na business. Adjo ay ma-release ng Budget Bureau sa umplegwa na report na naanong na 75 milyon pesos y 554 milyon pesos ang salapi sa manasangi. Doling ay gobyerno na sempiaw na sabi palo guihi gaya na sangi na salapi no 300 milyon pesos niya planen niya para na sa ninuevo na ospital. Ilang na mas mali como na sabi palo gigi ARP na salapi sa puraji 345 milyon pesos ni paro fato mga giguahan ginaji Build Back Better Act no kulam managwaha para ospital. Gito na news conference gisablo yung delegado Michael San Nicolas sa epoka gobyerno na nasabi to di 300 milyon pesos na salapi para ospital. Gi programa rin ni Krubri. Basa sunto, maresta si Joshua Dean Sharkalov, 38 anyos na edad. Sa matake na manatakan bus ni yung 12 anyos na padgunlahi, gimapos na sakan. Sigaw ni dokumento ni Cortes, tabay padgun gi bus tab gi ekan, ana si Sharkalov, numan babad bus tagwan, a faisi ni padgun por yung nadzuda man lofan block cemento. Tinatizi ni padgun, za adzo na si Sharkalov, at so negwato kontra yung tungkun hadzo, pasadzo na tutuhon na matakin bus ni padgun, numalago yung sigidas. Gidya 25 gi Oktubre, pagun na sakan, ana riparay padgun si Sharkalov, yung tenda ni manadodon si kausang gimen siya, asangani polisiya si Sharkalov, na tia tungo, lo tia sasangan na tigwiz at sumogi, lo tia hasu sa pudi meth. Ma-release si Sharkalov sa manay kondisyon siya para osgi. Ito na preliminary hearing sa dia 10 di Desembre. Yuto mo na sunto para pagko na matis gini KUAM News kifinod sa Moro. Dos na tao sa manmaresta po rin nasakin binenu. Sigo ni release para media, gidya 19 gin November, detective siya gini Criminal Investigation Section, gi GPD sa matatiti zi investigasyon giza dededu. Ane maripara dos na kareta gi menan untenda ni haga sa mahut sa mesta. Maliin ni detective siya kulang kontratan din spatsa kontra ang Palawan sa nun lahi. Mali loki on padgun dikiki gyalom uno na kareta. Masorda za matsuli ni polisiya sa lapi ni timatungo trabia kwanto por todo balinya dan crystal methamphetamine na bineno. Imaresta po na sa akin bineno sa si Rodrigo Torres Cruz dan si Maria Evelyn Alano Dimla po man sustete ni bineno dan po din nabuson padgun. Mabukid doors da makandalo. Maagang i Child Protective Services para maserbi padgun dikiki. Para Guam News Network, Guau Sikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
8:27 here in the morning on this Tuesday. You're tuned into The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM. Sabrina Salas Matanani, Jason Salas, and myself, Tyler Matanani. We've got a few more things coming up for the rest of the show, but right now, joining us in the Zoom room, we have Dr. Michael from the Physicians Advisory Group. Good morning, Dr.
Guys, thanks for having me on.
So we are taking you once again to the doctor's office over at One Love Pediatrics. So it's been a couple weeks now. Doc, first of all, happy holidays to you and your wife and your growing family.
Thank you. You too, guys.
Yeah. How is foot traffic at the clinic? Just with with the holidays coming up, and we're in the middle of sports season for kids and everything like that. I'm sure as a pediatrician, is this normally like a busy time for you guys?
Oh, normally, yeah, right around October through February gets to be a very busy time, just, pre-pandemic, just because there's a lot of cold viruses around. And that hasn't changed at all. We're still seeing a lot of cold viruses coming around. Some have been, I guess there's some testing done. So the parents have found out that there's RSV, rhinovirus. I've seen some parainfluenza stuff causing croup coming around. And generally, the kids tend to look pretty okay. They're just gonna have 3 or 4 days of cough, fever, runny nose. But the concern with some of these viruses are they can go down to the lower respiratory tract. And so that's a lot of my visits about a lot of precautionary measures and what to look out for. And so I saw a kid with some viral pneumonia, which is a possible complication of just the regular cold. And a couple cases of mild bronchiolitis that then need to be hospitalized. Again, complications of cold.
And I want to say you more than any other physician that we had the pleasure of interviewing, going all the way back to last year, was you were really stressing right in the middle of, this is pre-coronavirus vaccine and everything. You were like, please, everybody, come in and get your regular flu shot because, flu season's coming up and you don't want, there's this coronavirus thing and then you don't want the flu on top of that. So, I mean, you were really, driving that message home.
Yes, definitely would recommend the flu shot. So, last year in 2020, with everybody on lockdown and wearing masks, flu was, I did not see any flu in my clinic. Definitely had less people coming into the clinic as well. But flu worldwide was on a huge historic low. This year, we're a little bit more mobile. We're still wearing masks and people are pretty good about not coming out when they're sick. But, I expect it to pick up. I haven't seen any yet. I'm sure GMH has already, though, with the testing that they do. Flu, just as a reminder, it can put healthy kids into the hospital, and we see this every year. So that's one where the illness is can be a little bit more severe. And so, especially if we have infants, you have to be at least 6 months to get the flu shot. But if we're an infant between 6 and 12 months, I highly recommend that they get the flu shot just because you don't want to deal with that. Flu can be super nasty.
Yeah. And subsequently, like last year, we actually saw, I believe it was like record lows for the number of flu cases that we had just because everybody was, staying inside. So, the word got around.
Yeah. It was great to not see kids sick with flu. So yeah, everybody did a really good job last year. And this year it looks like, at least recently the corona cases have been, really dropping, which is fantastic. And I heard there was an outreach over at Father Duenas, I think over the weekend that I heard did really well. And so I think the word's getting out and parents are getting their kids up to get vaccinated. So hopefully we'll get to a point, sooner rather than later where coronavirus or COVID becomes endemic, so it's become something a lot like the flu and cold every year that we might see these little influxes, but it won't overwhelm our hospital system and hopefully just won't be that big of a deal. So hopefully get there eventually.
Are you, by the way, administering the pediatric vaccine?
We're trying to. So I'm not, I put in the application with public health. I'm not already within their network. And so they need some temperature data from my vaccine fridge and an application from us. And I think if everything goes smoothly, hopefully within a week, but I know we're coming up on the holidays, so I'm expecting a little bit of a lag for that. But I do have families that are waiting to get the shot at my clinic. I would strongly encourage that you guys can get it at any of the other clinics as well. They'll also take a good care of you guys, but that's why I'm getting the shots, because some families are just saying they feel more comfortable doing it in my clinic.
Yeah. What are some of the common questions that parents are asking you regarding whether or not their child should be given the shot?
Oh, by far the most common one is, is it safe? And by now, I think most people understand that, yes, these have been tested. We've seen that overall it's been very safe. And then the question that is a little bit harder for parents to kind of conceptualize are the long-term effects, right? Oh, the mRNA vaccine, they haven't heard of it before. Is this going to be safe long-term? And the way I kind of like to frame my answer for that is there's a couple baseline things we have to know that we have to just kind of understand. Number one, viruses just as a class can do really weird things, right? We have viruses that can cause cancer, like HPV and hepatitis, they can cause cancer. We have viruses that are associated with mental illness. They think some sorts of cytomegalovirus can cause schizophrenia. Measles can wipe out your immune system. Chickenpox can live in your body for your rest of your life and come out as shingles. The viruses can do weird things. And COVID is a brand new thing and we don't know. Generally, we think coronaviruses, aren't going to be having terrible side effects. But again, COVID is brand new. We don't know. On the other hand, vaccines in general have a very good long-term safety profile. There's not really any vaccine that you can look at and say, oh, you know what, people that got this shot ended up with, whatever. Like the whole autism thing was debunked, a decade or so ago. And the only thing I can really think of was like the oral polio virus, which nobody gives anymore, because in some immunocompromised kids, it was a weakened live virus and they were actually getting polio. So we don't give that anymore. So keeping those two things in mind, then the question is, all right, on one hand, the mRNA vaccine is in your body for just a few days. The mRNA does not have to go into the nucleus and mess with the DNA. It just gets absorbed in the cytoplasm and then makes the ribosomes make the little proteins and then you make the antibodies. And then the mRNA is pretty fragile. So after a few days, it goes away. On the other hand, we have COVID and we know that can stay in your body for up to 2 weeks. And in the worst case scenario, has killed a lot of people. And we're seeing from over the past year and a half, 2 years now that we have neurologic complications, cardiac complications, blood clotting issues, et cetera. And so when I tell parents that, when now we're kind of on a baseline understanding, I say, if you had to decide and you had to guess which one was going to cause a long-term complication, most parents are going to say, oh, it's probably not going to be this vaccine that stays in your body for a few days, goes away, and generally, like, vaccines will cause a problem. It's going to be this virus that's been causing a lot of problems the past couple of years. When I spell out that way, a lot of parents it seems to make a lot more sense to them. And I have to remember that, the way I think of things as a physician who's been seeing complications of things, parents, I would say not just parents, most people would typically say the acute infection is what we're trying to prevent. A lot of times, though, with most of our vaccine preventable illnesses, it's the complications that are actually the really scary part. And so, with this being such an unknown, that's what we're trying to protect for our kids. Of course, everybody hopes that there are no long-term complications of COVID and nothing's going to happen. But, with this being so early, I'm not sure that's the safest choice to make right now.
Now that's from the parents' perspective, but Doc, what are you getting from when you actually talk to the little ones who the parents bring in, and you kind of see, and keep in mind, I was a hypochondriac. If you were trying to give me the booster when I was a kid, I'd be shaking so much it would break the needle.
You'd be surprised. A lot of the kids. So we had one of our patients. She wanted to be the first kid in her class to get the COVID shot. She settled for being the first girl in her class to get the COVID shot, and she was telling her friends that it didn't hurt. My arm wasn't even that sore, and so her friends wanted to get it. One thing I've noticed, I had a patient the other day who was, having a lot of anxiety about going to school, a little bit older. She was a teenager. And one of the things I asked her was like, what's making you worried? And he said, she was really shy. I said, it's COVID-19. And when I said, are you guys vaccinated? Surprisingly, they said no. And then when I told them, you're old enough, you can get the shot. And if you get the shot, the chance of you being hospitalized is almost zero. And the chance of dying is really, really close to zero. She looked really surprised and was like, can we go get the shot? So I think the kids are a lot more resilient and not as exposed to a lot of the misinformation that's possibly out there. And what they see this as is, I get a lot of other shots, and I get a lot of other shots that adults tell me are good for me to protect my health. And why now there's a shot out there for me, and I think it's my time to get the shot. But that's just happened to be my clinic. I don't know. I can't speak for all the other clinics.
Do you see a lot of peer pressure within within youth groups and everything like that to either go pre booster or vaccinated or unvaccinated?
Really. No, not really. I'm sure it's rather than big groups, it'll come down to friend and family circles, right? So I know some families are just going to be like, oh yeah, everybody in my household and all my extended family got the shot because we have a new baby. And not speaking for me personally, but they have a new baby and they wanted everybody to be protected. And other families are just going to say, we didn't think it's that big of a deal. So I think it's on a much more family by family basis.
Doc, we asked this of Dr. Nguyen earlier. The Guam Education Board, Guam Department of Education, they're all considering the possibility of returning all students back to face-to-face or possibly just high school students. As a member of the Physicians Advisory Group, pediatrician, are we ready to bring all our kids back?
We haven't discussed this as a member, as a PAG as a whole. Just as a pediatrician, though, with the cases being so low, and I think the teen vaccination rate is actually fairly high. And we already know that in general, they do pretty okay. And the other thing I've been surprised to notice that the kids are pretty good about wearing masks and following the rules for social distancing in general. And so, with that in mind, I think it's very possible and very realistic to bring kids back. I'm really hoping that the cases are so low right now that you're really hoping, but staying cautious that this might be maybe our last bump. But Europe's going through like their fourth wave right now, and if and when tourism opens up, that'll introduce another wrinkle into the whole calculus of things. But for now, it seems reasonable, and I still don't think we've had major outbreaks at schools, even when we did open up before, right? So I think they showed that the proof of concept is working.
Mm-hmm. And since you are a member of the Physicians Advisory Group, and I'm sure you've been part of the discussions and making the recommendations to the governor, who makes the ultimate decisions in terms of what direction and how we're going to move forward in terms of the COVID response. We did have Dr. Ho again, as I mentioned earlier, saying kind of doesn't necessarily make sense that, for example, we're still continuing this separation with unvax and vax. You can go to the restaurant, but if you're unvax, you got to eat outside. But at the same time, if you have a social gathering at your home up to 25 people, you can have vax and unvax mingling together. And so maybe you can help as a member of the PAG to make sense of it.
When we discussed it, what we want to do was, we've done so well, and we want to make some, relax some things, right? So, we didn't want to go full on, because the fear I would have is, let's say we got another thing that came in and another strain or whatever, and now we have to tighten things again. I mean, everybody, like worldwide, we're all so tired of the restrictions, and the hope would be, everybody just kind of says, all right, well, we've got this new strain, the cases are up, we got to do the right thing. But it's, we're seeing in the Netherlands right now, right? They're rioting, and the Dutch are pretty reasonable people. And people are just getting really tired. So we didn't want to open everything up and say everything is totally fine, and then say, oh, wait, something else happened. Like, oh, okay. Like we just want to make it step by step and not have to keep going back and forth. And so this was kind of the compromise we came up with.
I see. So does the data show that you're more likely to catch COVID mixing at a restaurant versus at home?
It's mostly with the restaurant, the indoor and outdoor, right? Mm-hmm. And the home, it's somebody's private home. So if they decide that they're going to take the risk, by themselves, that's fine. But, in the restaurant, it's going to be other people you're going to be putting at risk, possibly. So.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to give you that opportunity to kind of explain the rationale behind that.
Yeah, it was mostly,
decision.
We're coming into the holidays, and, everybody wants to get together. The cases are going down. And if we don't open up now a little bit, like, when can we? Right? So, I mean, Guam overall has been doing so great, and I think we all deserve a great holidays.
And I guess also then with regards to all the other covered establishments that the mandate is still in place, that if you want to go, for example, to the gym, you got to be fully vaccinated. Is that necessary at this point, in your opinion?
I personally like that one just because the gym is a little bit more contained and there's a lot of people breathing very hard in there. So I personally like the gym being vaccinated. That makes me feel a lot safer when I go to the gym.
Okay. And also just this, in the latest guidance, and I believe we did speak with the public health PIO, Janela Carrera, yesterday in an interview with Daniel Perez regarding this new mandate regarding sports that in order for, I guess, middle school students now, because previously I believe it was 16. Now, if you're 12 years old and 1 month, as Jason likes to continuously point out, you have to be vaccinated. In order to play
I actually didn't see that one, and I didn't see the details of that one, but I would assume what they're aiming for is that certain sports are just going to be closer contact. And so, that's probably going to be the rationale behind that.
I see. Let me just read it for our.
I don't know if it's going to be. Was it all sports?
So it's number 4 on the public health guidance that organizers of contact and non-contact sports events and activities must refuse to allow coaches and participants 12 years plus 1 month of age and older who fail to show proof of vaccination status as provided herein from participating in any contact and non-contact sports, trainings, or competitions. That sounds like if you're not vaccinated, you can't play. Right?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah. I don't know. That wasn't, I guess that's the decision that they came down with.
And now some brought to 12 years and 1 month. Now you're talking about, like swim teams and, like the soccer jamboree happens up the street from us. And, that goes all the way to like little kids. So maybe they're just, kind of like expanding the scope of who might partake in sports.
Yeah, probably. I think, the ultimate goal would be, right, let's get everybody vaccinated, right? So it's probably to encourage that, I would imagine. But I'm not sure what Janela had to say about that.
Yeah, I think she said she told Daniel that you're not vaccinated, you're 12 years old, no sports. I believe that's the summary. I don't want to be accused of false news or anything, but I believe that was that's what was said.
Are you seeing, Doc, a lot of your patients come in and have sports related questions, even like middle-aged kids,
No.
High school?
No, not really. Again, like the teenagers that we get who play sports and they're like, oh, we need to get, we need to go get the shot. A lot of my teens have already gotten the shot. And so there's not really a huge thing where teenagers are like, oh, I'm refusing to get the shot and I'm going to sit out my season or whatever. So, and again, I think it's because, at that age, there's a lot of shots that they already get. So it's not anything very foreign to them.
I just thought about that, Brie, because like swim teams, right? Like I remember somebody brought that up, and I think I saw it was on Sports Illustrated, where there's like, if you're doing competitive swimming, do you necessarily need like the shot because technically you're underwater? But once the race is over, you got all those people at the end. Everyone's breathing super, super hard, and not exactly like 6 feet apart.
Yeah, it's not just actual competition time, right?
Yeah.
So you got like your.
Doc, by the way, are you a tier 1, 2, or 3 clinic?
I think I was designated. I don't remember, tier 2 clinic.
Tier 2.
I was still open back in 2020.
Yeah. Have you been reimbursed at all?
For the Binax, for the Binax and for the Advits, we haven't. But I don't know. Sometimes like some of the insurances cover and some of them don't. So we just, see what happens. And I know the governor very, very early on was saying that, she was hoping that anybody that wanted to get tested could get tested. Situations have changed since then. At the very beginning, it was so hard to just find a test anywhere. But now we're down to our Binax cards, which are the little antigen cards that similar to the home. I think they're the same ones that home kits. The catch with that one, though, I've from what I've read with the statistics, it's great if people are symptomatic. Not so great if they're not symptomatic because it works a lot like the flu or strep test. And so great if people are like, oh, I think I've been exposed and I have symptoms. Can I get tested? not so great if they're like, oh, I think I've been exposed, but I don't feel anything. That's totally fine. So that's the caveat I tell when I'm testing people. But so far, we've just been using on symptomatic kids.
Okay. So no, as a tier clinic, you guys haven't been reimbursed for some of the costs that you had to
No,
put
but
in?
I mean, the materials are free, right? But it's the time and the counseling and the staff and the resource that need to use up. But I mean, at least the tests are free.
Yeah. I guess any final message to the community as we head into the holidays? Thanksgiving's on Thursday.
Yeah, just if you can get your kids vaccinated, that'd be fantastic. If you guys decide that's what you want to do, I think it's a great idea. That and with the cases being down, I think we can have a little bit more more enjoyable holidays this year. And then, but the other thing is there are just a lot of other cold viruses, and unfortunately, because COVID looks just like a cold in many cases, take the usual precautions because you don't want to be faced with a bunch of tests or having to sit out of work once the holiday weekend's over.
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, I got one more. Doc, can you just spell a myth for us and everything? Because of course this is Thanksgiving week. Does eating turkey really make you sleepy? the big
everybody seems to suddenly tryptophan. After that urban legend came out, but I think I actually saw some studies where it's not really the tryptophan. We just eat so much, we just go into straight food coma. It's just your parasympathetic system just kicking in, and if you ate a little bit less and drank a little bit less, I don't think you'd get sleepy. I sleep every day though, so.
Well, you got to watch football, and you need your energy for next day because it's Black Friday, man. You need some energy to work the malls, man. I mean that's a full day's activity in and of itself.
Absolutely.
Is this
sounds like you
baby's?
got a good weekend lined up.
Is this baby's first Thanksgiving?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we got got some friends and some family to see, and yeah, really excited to show them off. I wish I could have gotten was old enough to get vaccinated, but I think everybody else we're seeing are. So yeah, I'm really grateful for that.
All right, thanks a lot, Doc, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
All right, guys.
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Take care.
Okay.
See you later.
All right.
That's good stuff. That's a lot of stuff too.
Yeah, you really going for broke with that Thanksgiving turkey trivia question. I think I've heard you ask that quite a few times. And
I think your mic was also down for a good majority of it.
Yeah.
So
No,
I pushed it up towards the end.
No, have you guys heard that? There's a big thing on the internet. Does turkey really make you sleepy or not?
I mean, that's a long time myth, but I think that's been debunked, hasn't it?
I agree with what Dr. said. You just eat so much and you just get tired.
You just
go
crash
into
out.
Husband.
Yeah.
That's really all it is.
It's food coma.
Food
Yeah,
coma,
food coma.
exactly.
It's just food coma. I do want to remind everybody, it's Thanksgiving, the holidays, Christmas, and it's also the spirit of giving. And the KUAM Care Force, as you know, Giving Tuesday, it is next week, Tuesday. As part of the campaign, we are accepting toys for our children and non-perishable food items that are going to be donated to the Salvation Army. And you can drop them off here at KUAM from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. up until next week, the 30th. So please, give the gift of giving, share that holiday spirit, and help somebody less fortunate who really needs help. And as we know, there's no PUA anymore.
Yeah.
There's so many families out there that continue to struggle. So please find it in your heart to stop by and make that donation. You can also come by and you can sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall, just to show your appreciation to our healthcare workers. As we've mentioned so many times, we are completely appreciative of all of our frontline heroes over at the Guam Memorial Hospital, over at GRMC, SDA, FHP. I'm probably leaving out a ton of other clinics, but we certainly are grateful for everything all of you have done to keep Guam going and surviving through this pandemic. So stay tuned. We're going to have more on the link after the break.
That's right. The show being brought to you by Jack in the Box, Calvo's Enterprises, IT&E, and Pacific Points.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Vesta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into the link every Tuesday for FHP Hafa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hafa Health Tips on the link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
1 in 6 people on Guam are affected by diabetes. The terrible impact of the disease on the island has only been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of those hospitalized and those we've lost had pre-existing underlying conditions like diabetes. As November is Diabetes Awareness Month, KUAM News has partnered with AI Health to raise awareness for this disease that affects so many of us, and to showcase a number of ways to prevent, treat, and care for those with diabetes. Join us for AI Health's A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a multi-platform campaign on KUAM Communications, including a 6-part series on KUAM News Primetime and Weekend Edition, and our digital media platforms kicking off on World Diabetes Day, Sunday, November 14th. Daily interviews with expert panelists on the link beginning November 15th, and a special interactive town hall meeting on the link with experts from AI Health, with more information on their diabetes validation study and a new level of precision care that aims to create a healthier Guam. A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a look at how diet, exercise, and technological advances in disease monitoring and medical care can have a positive impact on our community.
The Healthier You series on KUAM News is presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
Get ready to run or ride to 22 with the Miles Challenge. Join the challenge from now till January 31st to rack up those miles on foot or by cycling. Runners can choose from 100, 200, and 300 miles. Cyclists 300, 600, and 900 miles. Go to mileschallenge.com to select your challenge and register today. The Run and Ride to 22 Challenge is brought to you by Uproar, Trench Challenge, Kill Cliff, and KUAM Communications. Donation proceeds to benefit the EMC Cancer Foundation. Guam is good.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@KUAM.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Happy holidays to you from your
of the show. You're tuned into the link here on Breeze 93.9 FM. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everyone. The show being proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, Jack in the Box. Coming up in this hour, we have Public Auditor BJ Cruz, Miss Sabrina Salas-Matanani here in studio, Jason Salas, and myself, Tyler Matanani, filling in for Chris. Good morning. Hafide, good morning, Speaker. Oh, let me get him on. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning. Well, you know, it's me, and then we have Tyler. She's filling in for Chris, running the board, and then we've got Mike, who's doing the technical side for Joe Termulo, who is also on vacation. So yeah, everybody's on leave except for Jason and I. So so much fun. Waiting for next year.
For 5 months.
You haven't been off island?
No.
Wow. You know, I did go off island, but it was for some family emergencies. So I'm waiting for the day to actually take a vacation to actually, sleep. And then when she goes on vacation, she's still going to be in the work chat. So it is what it is. And thanks for outing me. Thank you so much. That's my daughter, BJ. We wanted to get you on. Chris, before he left, he was mentioning that, your office, you guys are kind of closing out the year. Is that right? Do you have some final audits that you're working on?
We're working on it, but this week, tomorrow actually, we're having our Thanksgiving luncheon. Everybody will be sitting at their separate desk with their lunch. But during the lunch with the staff is the time that we make a decision on next year's audit plan. And so what we've done is we sent out letters and we put out feelers to everybody that we were going to be sitting down to decide on the audits that we wanted to do, performance audits we wanted to do next year. And we've compiled a list of, I think, about 60 or 70 topics that we're going to try to whittle down to 10 or 15 for next year. And the staff goes through some kind of weighing system where they take into account the amount of money involved in the proposed audit, the importance to the community, the public, how earth-shaking it would be if we would do it. So they give percentages to each one, and then they'll present it tomorrow. A group will present it at lunch tomorrow, then we'll all consider it, or we'll get the list tonight. And then by the time we meet tomorrow, we'll have some kinds of calculations that we'll have looked at, and then tomorrow we'll discuss it amongst ourselves over lunch.
And that's
and then hopefully come up with a smaller list and then finalize it, and so that we can publish it before the Christmas holidays or just after.
That sounds like a long lunch.
It'll probably be about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
To whittle the list from 60 down to 10?
Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to go through it and see that a number of them are just really, really low in priority, and just be able to just say that one's out, that one's out, that one's out, and get it down to 30, then get it down to 20, then get it down to 15.
I would think, though, that, there would be some that kind of, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, some of them, will be, of course, that's going to have to probably be one. This one's going to have to be one, and then just try to have to decide what the rest of them are.
Can you give us
we'll do that tomorrow. This week, now that the restrictions have relaxed and the number of COVID cases has decreased sufficiently to where I feel it's safe to send my staff out, they've been going out and finally, after almost 2 years, doing in-person walkthroughs through the agencies as they're doing their performance audits. Over the last several months, actually the last year and a half, we've been doing all of the performance audits virtually, and by either Zoom and email, constant email exchange of we want these questions answered. They provide some answers. We want further clarification on these questions, and then we get some answers, and then the staff compiles and put it on Excel sheets and start to whittle down the information so that they can get their reports done. But it's really time consuming. And the joke is with this office is that we probably should be a lot closer to revenue and taxation, since so many of our audits involve rev and tax. That my staff is constantly having to go up there or emailing. And fortunately or unfortunately, it's been taking really long because Rev and Tax has also been the group that's been sending out the RISE and the children tax credits and all those kinds of stuff. So they've been really busy up there. And so trying to fit our questionnaires in has been difficult. So we've had walkthroughs the last 2 weeks up there. So hopefully we'll be able to complete a couple of audits before the end of the year.
Can you tell us what those audits are for? Are they about DRT or the programs that they're administering?
Well, one of the major ones is the one that was requested by the Vice Speaker on military contracts, and whether or not we're getting our 5% from the military contracts. And so the staff has gone in and they've gone to some website, I forget what it is now. UScontracts.com or something. A couple of websites will have all the government contracts that have been let out, and we go through it and kind of check to see who has licenses on Guam, who has contractors' licenses on Guam. So we have emails going to Contractors License Board. Does this company have a license with you guys? Doing all that kind of stuff, trying to whittle down the numbers to find out who's been doing business on island and whether or not they've been complying with filing their taxes. So hopefully that'll come out soon.
I did kind of want to go back to the menu for tomorrow's luncheon, and not talking about the food, but the ones when I was mentioning the no-brainers, like, yeah, definitely that's what we plan on looking into. Do you plan on, maybe you could say, like the ESF, the expenditure of the Education Stabilization Funds, ARP?
That is going, is one of the topics. The issue is how much of that has been spent, and whether or not it's ripe for maybe by late year, like middle of next year, it should be ripe for audit. Yeah, so that'll be something. And of course, because of the millions of dollars that we're going to be given out there. That's probably going to be, as you put it, a no-brainer. That'll be something that I may put my finger on the scale and say that one's going to just have to come in. I try to be as democratic as possible with the staff and allow them to weigh in. And so, but then in the end, I have to make a decision. And so sometimes I will get one or two in that I really want in spite of the formulas that have been formulated and been provided, and it doesn't seem to show the importance that I want it. So I give a few extra points on my own and hope that the rest of the office agrees with me.
What about PUA? Is that something that you guys would look into?
PUA is unfortunately something that though I would love to try to do that, this office just isn't large enough. And we just don't have the training to be able to do that. That's going to really take a lot of AI auditing. Because it's going to have to go in and just look at millions and millions of things with as many people that applied and cross-referencing and doing all kinds of things. It really is going to be impossible to do that just in person. That's going to have to be a special kind of computer programming computer program that's going to have to be used to be able to do that. And I haven't purchased that, and I don't have anybody that's trained for that yet, though I've been telling the staff I I want someone to get the training to learn how to do that. I mean, I've attended a couple of stuff. I know that one of the a couple of the law firms, I mean, the big accounting firms here have that, where they can input all the stuff, and I can't even describe. Maybe Jason can describe it better for me. You know, there's some little robots. I know when I attended one of the seminars, some little AI robots run around through all the data and fit things out and put things in line. But we don't have that yet, so that would be a difficult one to do.
You know, speaking of software, computers, and all of that technical stuff, have you heard anything with the procurement of that financial management system that the Department of Administration, Mr. Byrne, had been talking about? That I think it was through emergency procurement, right? That this was it's going to be almost a year, I believe, that we've been trying to get this thing to replace is it the AS400? Have you heard anything? Because
I haven't. Surprising. I mean, I appeared on your show a couple of times and talked about the fact that I would hope that they would use regular procurement rather than emergency, and I've been critical of it. When we did the entrance conference last month, it was my understanding that, fortunately or unfortunately, we're still stuck with the AS400, and we don't have a new financial management system. At least that was my understanding. There were problems with it, and I don't know what's happening with the purchase. I really don't. I would have thought that since they announced it I guess we talked about this last November or December, right?
Yeah. Or the executive order. It was in the executive order. Mm-hmm.
And it still hasn't happened. I was hoping it was going to, I was hoping some kind of system was going to be in place so that we can get the financial audit out quickly this year. Last year, we didn't release the financial audit until June because of problems with the financial, the FMIS. Mm-hmm. And so I was hoping that we would purchase it over the summer or sometime, and it would be in place.
Right.
But then there's a whole learning curve with that one. We had one other autonomous agency that implemented a new financial management system, and they were still working out the kinks. And so by the end, when we had our entrance conference, they weren't ready because they were still ironing out the kinks that the new system that they have. So my hopes trying to get things out on time are getting a little dashed.
Yeah, it just seems like this is really critical. I mean, obviously, since it was supposed to be through emergency procurement, or it is through emergency procurement for almost a year ago, and with word of the infrastructure law and the millions that are, coming to Guam, and the BBB, the ARP, the ESF, that, yeah, you're right. It's kind of surprising that this isn't a done deal yet. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that with as much money as they're going to need to start processing, that they get that system in. But I'm still waiting. And the last I heard, at least, is that it's not in. The same thing with the new computer system they were supposed to get the use tax. It still hasn't been finalized.
Well, they're busy, okay?
They are. I understand what you're saying. We've got to And we've turned out audits that suggest things that could make money. You know, we've done the use tax one and made a recommendation of how automation, even bringing it into the 20th century, would help. I mean, I know that scanners were around even in the 20th century, and now they have high-speed scanners, and they don't have it. And I know that at one point, Chris sent me a chart. He had been listening to a hearing at the legislature, which showed the airport quadrupled, it actually went up about 600%, the amount of air cargo coming into Guam. And the use tax hasn't budged. In fact, has actually gone down. So we don't know. I know we've done the audit. We've made the suggestions.
Yeah.
They keep telling me that they're working on it, that they've got all kinds of things in line coming, but it hasn't happened.
Yeah. Well, you know, we had Senator Sabina Perez on, I believe it was on Monday, and yesterday, she did indicate that what she heard, that this FMS, there might be some movement actually this week. So if we hear anything, we'll pass it along. I'm all kind of crossing our fingers on that. I did want to kind of switch gears because I was perusing the OPA website, and I noticed there's actually is it a protest that was filed with the Dededo swimming pool? Do you have any details?
Yeah, one of many.
One of many.
I was disappointed to see that, you know, it's not even December yet, and I'm already up to 14. But fortunately, of the 14, six have been dismissed or decided on already. And so really I only have 7 outstanding. It's actually 7.
7 dismissed, 7 still to go.
7 to be decided. In fact, at 10 o'clock today, I have a meeting, a Zoom meeting with attorneys to announce the briefing schedule for a case, because, you know, it takes some time for a case to actually work through the office. Like we had a protest that was filed in September, but we have to give the agency time to have the procurement record provided and then have them look at it. And then today I will be announcing the motion schedule. And so the motion schedule will start like the 24th of November. I mean, tomorrow will be the day that everybody has to have all the motions filed. Then there'll be opposition on the 3rd. There'll be reply to opposition on the 10th. A motion hearing date will be on the 27th. And on January the 5th, there'll be the deadline for filing of all the briefs for for trial and all the material and the witness list. And then we'll have the hearing on the 13th of January. So it'll take, almost 6 months there. Well, actually 3 or 4 months to get that out, and then the decision. And that number is 010. 014 isn't even ripe for hearing yet. So that hearing won't probably happen until February, March.
This is for the one you're talking about for today. This is the one related to the airport?
Yeah.
Okay. I did want to ask, whatever happened to the golf carts case?
Well, the golf cart case was put on hold because the main witness in the case went on sick leave or some kind of extended leave until probably today. Yeah, I know she was due back before Thanksgiving. But unfortunately, when she returns, her deputy, who is also crucial to the case, is leaving is going on medical or some kind of extended leave until after and for a month. So that hearing is not scheduled until January. I mean, not January. Actually, I had that scheduled for almost Christmas Eve, 23rd. I told them, I'm hearing this, guys. Either resolve it or I'm hearing it. And so my Christmas week, I have hearings the 20th and the 23rd, almost all that week.
Well, hopefully, the people you are referring to are okay medically and all that.
So we're really busy. And then next week, we're finally having our peer review. I've been insistent that we get a peer review. Offices, CPA offices, accounting offices, and this office of accountability, using the Yellow Book, is required to have periodic peer reviews. And it's like every 3 years. And ours was supposed to have been done last year, but because of the pandemic, it was supposed to be last May. But because of the pandemic and the inability of people, our reviewers to come in to town because of quarantining, and they're having to quarantine going home, so it was impossible for them to come here. And the same thing was happening throughout the country. The OMB or the GAO granted authority for an extension. They gave 1 6-month extension, then another 6-month extension, and then they gave another 6-month extension. But I feel like I'm walking around with a scarlet A on my forehead, and I'm insistent that we have to get this audited out as soon as this peer review done as soon as possible. So thankfully, CNMI is able to come down this weekend and next week to do the peer review, and a reviewer will come up from Palau, and they will go through our audits that we did between 17, 18, and 19. And they will go through it, and they will look through it to make sure that we comply with the rules of the Yellow Book, and that we comply, that we had our CPEs, a whole number of things that they have to go through, that they have to check in order to give us a certificate of good standing. And as soon as this one's done, probably next summer, I'm going to have to do the peer review that was supposed to be done for the next cycle of 19, 20, and 21.
Well, that sounds like a whole lot of work. So we're going to let you get to
does.
it.
And, but it's the way that because we are auditing, and we want to assure people that we are being audited.
Right.
The question is, who audits the auditors? And we do have our peer reviews to make sure that we're complying with the rules. And when we hire the external auditors, one of the things that they're required to provide to us annually is their most recent peer review to make sure that their office has remained in good standing, that they've done their annual credits professional education, credit for professional education. And it's substantial. It's 40 hours a year.
Wow.
80 every 2 years. Compare that to the bar exam, to the local bar. It's 12 credits. So I'm doing lots of classes for both of my offices.
Well, thank you so much, Speaker, Your Honor, Public Auditor, for sharing with us all the work that lies ahead and the work that you're currently doing. And happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, and we'll be working through our Thanksgiving meal tomorrow.
We will be too. Our luncheon is also tomorrow. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Stay safe. Oh, that's a lot of work. Wow. Working lunch. We're used to that.
What's lunch?
I know. It's lunch.
That's a 20-minute thing we
That
did.
was a lot of information from the speaker. Oh. I'm not well, I always say speaker, but he has so many titles. So let's take a break. We'll be back with more in a moment.
That's right. The show being brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E Cavill Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Hey, look, they got all-day breakfast.
No.
Hey, Jack. Is
Say
it
hello
true,
to
Jack
the
in the
First
Box?
Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hafa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hafa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
1 in 6 people on Guam are affected by diabetes. The terrible impact of the disease on the island has only been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of those hospitalized and those we've lost had pre-existing underlying conditions like diabetes. As November is Diabetes Awareness Month, KUAM News has partnered with AI Health to raise awareness for this disease that affects so many of us and to showcase a number of ways to prevent, treat, and care for those with diabetes. Join us for AI Health's A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a multi-platform campaign on KUAM Communications, including a 6-part series on KUAM News Primetime and Weekend Edition, and our digital media platforms kicking off on World Diabetes Day, Sunday, November 14th. Daily interviews with expert panelists on The Link beginning November 15th, and a special interactive town hall meeting on The Link with experts from AI Health, with more information on their diabetes validation study and a new level of precision care that aims to create a healthier Guam. A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a look at how diet, exercise, and technological advances in disease monitoring and medical care can have a positive impact on our community.
The Healthier You series on KUAM News is presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
Happy holidays, folks. Colonel Sanders here.
Tuesday, November 23rd, and you're tuned in to the last, a little less than 30 minutes left of The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM, brought to you by Pacific Points, ITN, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Hey, we're also streaming on Facebook Live. You can be watching us. Head on over to the website, Facebook, obviously. We're also on Channel 10. So you can watch us on the television. Sabrina Salas-Matanani, Jason Salas, and myself, Tyler Matanani, filling in for Chris Barnett. Good morning, Jace.
Good morning, and as we do each and every Tuesday, it's time for Hafa Health Tips, brought to us by the very concerned and compassionate, friendly folks over at FHP, and we have one of their physicians right now, Dr. Edna Santos, who returned to FHP after some time off. So Dr. Santos, Hafa Day, welcome to The Link, and welcome home.
Hi, good morning.
It's so good to see you. It's especially on Thanksgiving week, because this is a time when, of course, everybody thinks about maybe a little, justifiable gluttony and things like that. So, we want to eat responsibly. We want to make sure we're getting our exercise and being healthy. But the topic we're talking about today, as you are a pediatrician, is pre-diabetes in children. And Doc, I have a smidge of experience with this, because my first experience with diabetes overall was I had a classmate in the 8th grade. And her name was Jennifer, and she was really nice. But I remember every fourth period before class begins, she would always disappear. And she said, I have to go to the nurse's office. And she'd always come back, and then she'd have a little Band-Aid on. Sometimes she'd feel a little loopy, a little dizzy. And then she was explaining to us and her peer group what diabetes was and what pre-diabetes is. So what is pre-diabetes when it comes to the younger members of our community?
Well, pre-diabetes is when your blood sugar is higher than normal, but not enough to be called diabetes. Consider it as a warning sign for diabetes. Mm-hmm. Most people think that children only get the type 1 diabetes, the one your friend had, the juvenile diabetes. That's when they don't make insulin and they have to get the shot for insulin. Mm-hmm. Okay? But now we have type 2 diabetes, which was considered before as adult onset diabetes. And children are getting it now because of the high rate of obesity that we're having diagnosis of our children with pre-diabetes or type 2 diabetes, early onset.
And now, so if pre-diabetes, as you say, we can consider that like a warning signal and everything like that. Does this indicate that it may be reversed, or we can actually halt the onset of what might become diabetes?
Yes, definitely. That's why we want you to screen the kids for diabetes.
Okay, so when actually should that start, and what is the optimal age to get your child screened?
The optimal age really is if they're overweight or obese, it's when they're pubertal stage. But if they're really having high risk factors, we can start as 10 to 11 years old. But usually the average is 13 years old.
Is this part of a normal doctor's checkup and like part of like the workup and everything? Because I never got screened for pre-diabetes when I was a child, and actually diabetes does run on my dad's side of the family. So in the modern day, is this part of like a doctor's like whole like workup of a young person?
Yes, definitely. When you do your yearly physical, we screen you, we check your vision, your hearing, we give you your shots. We also check for your risk for diabetes.
And it's I would assume is such a important disease to watch out for, because when you're a young person, obviously, you know, I'm preaching to the choir here to a pediatrician, but you know, the body continues to develop at a rapid pace, and you know, you're burning so many calories, and you know, mentally, physically, you're still developing. What are some of the risk factors, you know, if a young person should develop prediabetes?
Well, one risk factor is just the family history of diabetes. And you know, we have a lot of that in our population. Two, you know, that dark skin we see on the neck and the armpit, the fapa, we call that acanthosis nigricans. I tell my patient, no matter how much you scrub, that's not going to go away unless you lose weight. That's an indication that you inherited the genes for diabetes, or your body is in a hyperinsulinemic state, meaning you're forming a lot of insulin to keep your blood sugar normal. Then the third is if your mom told you, oh, when I was pregnant with you, I had gestational diabetes, you know, that means your mom and you are at a risk for diabetes.
And how common is gestational diabetes, doctor, with women in our part of the world and with our cultures here?
Common, unfortunately. Yes. And then the third is our race. Just being a Pacific Islander, that's already a risk for us, including Native Americans and Afro-Americans. We are already considered a high risk. And lastly, being sedentary. If you're not exercising or you're not active, then that puts you at a risk. There are also some diseases that are associated with diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, polycystic ovarian disease. If you have these diseases, you need to probably be screened for prediabetes or diabetes.
Now, what should parents know, Doc, when it comes to hopefully getting preventive maintenance even before the pre-diabetes screening? Like, what should they be doing with their children as far as, like encouraging to go play outside and, to eat at set times and to make sure you eat in moderation and eat the right things? Are those some of the things that we should do?
Yes, I always quote, prevention is always the best medicine, and knowledge is power. So if you know that you're pre-diabetic, you have the family history, I want my patients to say, I did everything to prevent diabetes.
And this is not, a jail sentence and everything. Even if you have family history and everything, you can reverse this. It can be controlled, and it can be, even in some cases, halted, right?
Definitely. And that's what we want. We want you to start early with your children, make them aware. Your goal is to start making small changes, but to give them a healthy lifestyle.
Is diabetes, Doc, more prevalent on Guam? Again, with the various ethnic groups, and Guam is such a diverse, melting pot of cultures here. But is it more prevalent in young boys or young girls?
More common in girls.
In girls, okay. Yes. Is there anything that the parents have to know about the way they raise their young girls and everything like that, if they want to make sure that they do?
It's really because of our hormones too, but also girls here are more sedentary than the boys, maybe. And But later on in life, it kind of balances. All the boys and girls get the diabetes, especially if it's in your family history.
Okay. Now I know you don't have to diagnose me, Doc, but I'm already proof positive because I've been told many times by medical doctors as yourself, as well as psychologists, that I can't keep still. So when you say that that young girls are more sedentary, like, I'm proof positive of that.
Well, we love that. I hope most of the girls are the type who can keep still and move around.
Burn off some of that energy, right?
Yeah. So you need to start teaching your kids to prevent diabetes. Mm-hmm. So I would say, number one, set good examples. You can't tell a child, stop eating when you're eating, right? Mm-hmm. You have to start drinking water, lots of water. Stop buying those sugary drinks. Do you know soda? Regular soda has 15 teaspoons of sugar. Your iced tea has 7 to 9 teaspoons of sugar. So you need to promote water. And if they don't like water, find natural ways to make it taste better. You can put lemon, cucumber, mint, instead of buying the artificially flavored juices.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure I can assume that you would advocate making this like a family activity, and parents should talk to their kids about, even if they don't have a history of diabetes in their lineage and everything, you should probably say, hey, I want you to grow up and not be healthy. This is something you could possibly develop if you don't take care of yourself.
Yes, and if you buy the juice, they're going to drink it because it's available. Mm-hmm. So you control what the food you buy at home for your kids.
Now, real quick, Doc, what is a good food? Because, again, we're talking about young people, and, there's always peer pressure of school, and, I have to get good grades. What are some foods that young people can eat that are conducive to having good study habits and being able to retain things like that? Because so many people just think, okay, I'll just down a huge cup of coffee, or I'll eat like a candy bar because it's quick energy, and, it's all sugar and everything. Are there fruits or foods that we should be eating to perform better in school?
Yes, unfortunately, there are some people, we have a population who can't eat, they don't have food at home. Mm-hmm. So it's so nice that our schools provide food for them, the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But you don't want to give them too high sugary drinks because it makes them sleepy, and then their blood sugar becomes erratic throughout the day. So you want to give them healthy food. I'm not saying don't give sugar at all, because sometimes they want a break and they want that treat, right? But at least try to stay away from those super refined sugars and carbs.
Okay.
If you eat a donut for breakfast, you're going to be sleepy after that.
Exactly. Now, one of my coworkers just had a donut for breakfast in this room. So, now I was mentioning coffee earlier, Doug. Now, so many young people that I know, my coworkers' kids, that they have a tendency to really have an affinity for coffee. Do you say coffee is good for young people? And if so, like, what kinds? Or should they just take like straight black coffee or certain types of coffee?
Coffee for adults, maybe 1 cup in the morning to get you up is fine. You don't need to put sugars and lots of milk in it. But for kids, do you know that even soda, iced tea, and coffee, they all have caffeine? So you think you're giving iced tea? Iced tea has lots of sugar, it has sodium and caffeine. So why are you giving that? So I don't advocate coffee for young kids. They think, frappe is fun. Let's drink it. 250 calories in there with caffeine. Not good. Then they get stomach upset because of the caffeine.
Yeah, healthy choices lead to healthy you. Okay, Doc, I'd like to give you some final thoughts about what parents and children themselves can do, what they should know about prediabetes.
Well, first you have to prevent it. So drink lots of water. Portion control is number 2. If you want 1 slice of cake, you can divide it among 3 people. You don't have to eat the whole plate. If you order food, you can eat half and put away the other half. Involve your kids in activities, make them plan, make them do YouTube videos of healthy food preparations, teach them how to read the sugar content in their drinks, and then limit screen time. Let them find games that require movement, make them dance. That Pokemon Go, they were out looking for Pokemon outside. Be active as a family and make your favorite food at home a healthy food. You know, you think, oh, let's eat ice cream. Why not yogurt, right? You know, just try to give them a food they like. That's going to be their favorite, but something healthy. You know, we're so blessed here in Guam. We have a beautiful island. We have beautiful weather. We can go out and do memories with our families. I remember flying kites and throwing frisbees at, what's that, Asan?
Mm-hmm.
When kids are having fun, like biking, hiking, they don't think it's exercise. But if they're interested, promote exercise. And lastly, bring your children for the physical once a year so that you know where your children stand. Because you want to know where they are in the growth chart, their body mass index. And if the family has a high risk and they see all those signs like the dark skin on the neck, we can do the screening here.
All right. Well, Dr. Edna Santos, thank you so much over at FHP Health Center. We really appreciate the insight. And boys and girls, you heard it right there. Doctor's orders. Go play Pokemon Go. That's from the doctor herself.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Doc. And happy holidays to you and your family and your team over there at FHP.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. And please stay tuned, everybody, because the link will continue right after this break.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUM News Facebook page or view highlights on YouTube, KUM News Facebook and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. Breeze 93.9 FM is all about playing your favorite hits through the ages.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washers, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Get ready to run or ride to 22 with the Miles Challenge. Join the challenge from now till January 31st to rack up those miles on foot or by cycling. Runners can choose from 100, 200, and 300 miles. Cyclists 300, 600, and 900 miles. Go to mileschallenge.com to select your challenge and register today. The Run and Ride to 22 Challenge is brought to you by Uproar, Trench Challenge, Kill Cliff, and KUAM Communications. Donation proceeds to benefit the EMC Cancer Foundation. Guam is good.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV 8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
The show, it's 9:51 in the morning, Tuesday, November 23rd. Good morning, everyone. You're tuned into The Link here on The Breeze 93.9 FM. Sabrina Salas Matsanani, Jason Salas, and myself, Tyler Matsanani. We have some yummy, delicious treats here in studio today.
Right, before we get to that, I just wanted to remind everybody about Giving Tuesday, because next week, Tuesday, we're actually doing something special here. we're holding a donation drive-through event right here outside of our Harmon studios. So if you want to drop off a non-perishable food item or donate toys for the Salvation Army, we're going to be right outside here again in our studios. And we're actually going to have a live program beginning at 9 o'clock. We're going to be featuring how several different companies are coming together to share in the holiday spirit. I believe we're going down to Mount Carmel. They've contributed to Giving Tuesday year after year. The kids down there are just amazing. We've got Senator Shalina Nelson, who's also going to be presenting a resolution. So that is next week, Tuesday, Giving Tuesday, November 30th. Give the gift of giving. That is from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at KUM's donation drive-through outside our Harmon studios. And again, we were doing a 1-hour live show right here on KUAM and also on the link. We also wanted to thank APL that has joined us in our drive this year. So Tuesday on the link, this is what we do every week. It gets tastier every week with Three Squares Marketplace. Every Tuesday morning, the link crew will sample grab-and-go treats like Kelaguen, Champalatu, Letiza, and more from Three Squares Marketplace. Visit Three Squares Marketplace from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday inside Three Squares Restaurant in Tamuning. You can call 646-2652 and order ahead. It's Tuesday Treats on the link with Three Squares Marketplace. And as you can see in our studio, what we are going to be trying today, it's the mini Slingstone cookies and the mini Laddie Stone cookies. And Tyler's been eyeing this all morning long.
And I did try 1, 2, or 5 earlier. So we have 2 different ones in here. That's right. We have the original and chocolate shortbread cookies. And
which one are you trying?
Well, I've tried all of them.
No, go ahead, try another one, girl.
But I loved it so much. And then the other one we have here, what is it? It's a coconut macadamia chocolate chip. I don't know which one I like more. When I first tried the coconut macadamia, I was like, ooh, I really, really like this. And then I tried the shortbread. And I was like, oh, no, I really like this. Oh, no, this is not good. And what a way to start your Tuesday morning. Some breakfast courtesy of Three Squares Laddie Stone cookies. These are so good. And I think these are perfect for the holidays. Yep. Nice little things to pass out to whether your coworkers or some family, especially if they have sweet tooth. I know us here at the office, it's huge, especially when Halloween came around. Joni over there in the back supplied everyone's sugar addiction. So this is perfect for the holidays. You have your coffee there right next to you. Yes, and right when I saw it, I was like, oh man, I should have gone and made myself a cup. But these are so good.
Yeah, the one I tried is it's got macadamia nut, coconut, and chocolate chip flakes, and it's all locally baked, and so you can definitely taste it's fresh. It's just really delicious. I can taste the coconut in my cookie.
There's a lot of texture in that one. I really enjoyed it. This one is nice. You can taste the butter in it, and it's not just a regular shortbread cookie like I was expecting. They have a little, a nice white chocolate drizzle on top of them. I think some of them are without the drizzle. But oh my gosh, these are definitely a way to break the diet. I mean, way to bring in the Thanksgiving feast. This is just the prime. Okay, we're getting ready for was it Thursday?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna be huge.
But really, like you said, for the holiday season, it's nice to give this out as a little gift to your friends and to your coworkers, to your family. So again, it's Tuesdays on the link. Just got tastier with Three Squares Marketplace every Tuesday morning. We got to sample the mini Slingstone cookies and the mini Laddie Stone cookies. That, as you've seen on the show, we've tried the Kelaguen, the Letiza, the pies that you can get there. So it's called the flight pies, I believe. So it's all of it is just good stuff.
We did an inside business with Three Squares. And they were so friendly, of course. And we did see their mini market in the beginning of the restaurant. And I was freaking out because I was like, oh my gosh, you guys have the whole setup. I think they had empanada there too.
Yep.
And then they were so gracious. They gave us They gave us, I remember we got bread pudding.
Oh, yes, we tried that too.
And then I think we also had a pie. I'm not too sure, but they gave us some really good goodies. And man, let me tell you that bread pudding is
good.
Ooh. Like I said, holidays are coming up in just a couple of days. So grab yourself some of these Laddie Stone cookies from 3 Squares. They also have that chocolate, coconut, macadamia nut. It's like the tropics in a cookie. You can't go wrong with it.
And I'm not going to lie, I'm the type of person that just doesn't have time. So this is something that I definitely would go and pick up. Visit 3 Squares Marketplace from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday inside 3 Squares Restaurants in Tamuning. Call 646-2652 and order ahead. It's Tuesday Treats on the Link with 3 Squares Marketplace. And we're going to close out the show with Cover Me. Do you know who it is today, Ty?
Yes, I do. And I'm so excited to bring you guys this because, okay, if there's one thing that I can really say about this female performer is that I've seen her voice grow so much over the pandemic. I mean, a lot of us took that time to, whether it was to declutter the house or, catch up on whatever they did. She was practicing her craft. This is Kaylee and Kiko from Cover Me. This is Everything I Wanted. Thanks so much for tuning in to The Link. The show, again, brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cavill Enterprises, and Jack in the Box.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Adios.
What you think, and if I'm being honest, it might have been a nightmare to anyone who might care. Thought I could fly, so I stepped off the golden. Nobody cried. Nobody even noticed I saw them standing right there. I kinda thought they might care. I had a dream. I got everything I wanted, but when I wake up I see you with me, and you say, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Don't wanna lie here, but you can learn to. If I could change the way that you see yourself, you wouldn't wonder why you're here. They don't deserve you. I tried to scream, but my head was underwater. They call me weak, like I'm not just somebody's daughter. Could have been a nightmare, but it felt like they were right there. And it feels like yesterday was a year ago, but I don't wanna let anybody know, 'cause everybody wants something from me now, but I don't wanna let them down. I had a dream. I got everything I wanted, but when